Hello and welcome everybody to the Tuesday stream of Shadowrun Hong Kong. I'm Red and let's get into it, shall we? Give me one moment to get this switched over. Go. Alright, so just got to check in with a few NPCs and then yeah. The bus trip back to Kai Tak is quieter than the ride in was. Your fellow passengers sit crumpled in their seats, barely moving, barely speaking. Their DECCON 2056 t-shirts hang loose on their frames, and their once cherished guest badges have been crumpled into their pockets. You've seen more lively groups on their way to the morgue. Isabel looks up at you, her eyes full of the same post-con fatigue that you see in everyone else's. She gives you a small smile and taps her temple with a fingernail. You've got what you came for. The show is over. It's time to go home. But yeah, need to chat with some NPCs, and then I think we'll go do the Ares job. Mostly because it's a companion quest and a pretty decently long one, from what I'm assuming. Um, yeah. I always forget how long it takes for this game to load sometimes. It's a bit odd. I'm assuming it's got something to do with space on the PC, which yeah, figures. Um Alrighty. Let us wait for this to go, I guess. So, just as a heads up, I am hoping to have Stardew fixed for Friday. Um, though I'm not sure if I need to do any updates. So, this could be interesting. But I have kind of been feeling the need to play Stardew again. Um, please note, with the modded Stardew run, I do plan on doing another one at some point in the future. I am just a little bit worried about mod updates and stuff because I do follow the modders themselves and they have been putting out some interesting stuff that I would like to take a look at. Until then, yeah. Alright, so Spiritualist, augment, summon, shrine spirits. Shrine spirits summoned by Goblet are now present for an additional time before dispelling themselves for a total of 3 rounds. 2 rounds after summon. Okay. Poison Fog is upgraded to Acidic Fog, doing AP damage to those affected, as well as HP. I kinda like the Shrine Spirit one. Territoriality. Goblet gains Conjuring Spell, which sets 4 heavy cover barriers. The last 3 rounds, anyone that enters takes 14 HP and 1 keep. Devil Rat's Spirit Fetish. Okay, that sounds neat. Assume spirits and imbue herself with their power. Consume your spirit heals by 20 HP. Total over 2 rounds, my AP is increased by 1 during the time. Formula 2 version haste spell. Split on magical tongue. Increases the target's AP by 1 for 4 rounds when cast. Orbit accuracy increased by 20% for 4 rounds. Neat. I'm probably gonna go with this one. Make Shrine Spirits last a lot longer. Mini launcher is now packed with napalm charge, igniting damaged targets. Targets on fire will take an additional 6 damage. Gains the dual routine boost program, which increases persona speed while sneaking in the matrix by 40%. Does not stop stack other. I mean, making her faster so that I can sneak past shit sounds like a good fucking idea. I am very much liking the espionage stuff for her. It's now very fun to use. I think I'm gonna go with the boost program. Modded flashbang. Duncan standard equipment now includes a new flashbang that has a larger AoE increased by 1 tile in all directions. Well, that's neat. Go with that. Okay. Coup de grace. Gaiju gains a katana ability plus 100 damage, but can only attack stunned targets. Cost 2 AP. Cooldown of 3. Gaiju bite takes a bite out of his foe, restoring 8 HP over 2 rounds and getting 1 strength through the consumption of their flesh. Plus 2 HP damage, plus 1 AP damage. Okay. Use a cloud with disease spores damaging nearby enemies. Base damage 16 with an ongoing 3 HP and 1 AP. 3 rounds. Okay. Use the ability which lets him regenerate 6 HP per round for 3 rounds. Well, that's just nice. Counter attack that can hit adjacent targets, plus 2 damage, cannot do AP damage, cooldown 2. Middle stance now provides a light cover bonus, preventing critical hits in the open. I mean, if terribly sorry. If I wanted to do the whole... If I wanted to do the coup de grace thing, I'd have to have Duncan around to aid in it. But that could be a pretty good boss killer. This gets him healing, but if I go with this now, I can get the regenerate later down the line, which probably works a bit better. Yeah, let's grab the coup de grace. Okay. Augment ability overclock. Racter's toolkit's overclock ability now gives the targeted drone plus 2 AP, plus 2 movement for 1 round. Oh, that's nice. Cooldown of Racter's toolkit repair ability is reduced from 5 rounds to 3 rounds. I feel like the top one might be the better option. Because if you can get him to do more actions and do more damage, this mitigates the need for the repair. Because if the enemy's already dead, you don't have to worry about fixing people. Oh. Well, that's just nice. All of Koshi's firearm systems attacks now pierce up to 2 armor. Ares heavy laser. Firearm systems are augmented with the addition of a heavy laser mount. It does plus 4 HP damage, plus 1 AP damage, and has plus 5% accuracy over the standard attack, cost 1, cooldown 2. Rip and tear. Yeah, I'm already far enough down the ranged path that I don't think it's worth going for the melee stuff. So let's go with the haste. Oh. Alright. Go have a chat with good doctor. Hey Ambrose, how you doing? Ambrose looks rougher and more tired than usual. These dreams are getting out of hand, Red. You've got them too, right? I normally wake up more tired than when I fell asleep, but this is nuts. Came here as a runner and now you're a busted up dog. What happened? Hey, I'm not busted up, you insensitive jerk. I'm economy size. Glorious. Ambrose erupts into laughter, slapping the side of his wheelchair. He quickly just devolves into shameless giggling. He stops giggling and cocks a sober eye at you. Seriously though, that's some heavy shit. It'll take a while to tell. You do really want to know? Yeah, I do. He appraises you quietly. Well, you're doing good, Red. I feel okay about telling you this. Our run went bad. Ambrose spits on the floor emphatically in clear defiance of his own prominent sanitary space, no spitting sign. Real bad. They used to call me Ripshot. I was on a 10-man crew. We were led by this ex-army troll named Icebreaker, former combat engineer, brutal guy. We did shadowrunning, armed robbery, office invasion, underworld hits, anti-branding, just about anything as long as we could make money and hide our tracks. 10 people, that's huge. Sounds like a good idea. Etiquette gang. That sounds more like a heist crew than a runner team. Anti-branding, that's usually a euphemism for attacking someone's image with false flag terrorism. Anti-branding, yeah. Yeah, it is. Look, I was a real asshole in those days. I'm not proud of the jobs we did. A lot of our work was high profile, real violent. We dumped a lot of bodies in the harbor. Then we had this one job. Ambrose pauses. He takes a deep breath. Hey, can I sum this up real quick? Otherwise I tend to get long-winded. What do you want? Sum it up. Give me the full story. Hey, is there a point to this? Have you got any work for me? Or are we just sharing? Ambrose, is there anything you need? Are there any actionables that will come out of this? Forget it. I'm not interested. Not interested. Give me the full story. We were breaking into an R&D facility. It was a vanilla job. Cheap rent-a-cops, flawed security system, no problem. It was going like clockwork. I was out in the command van on Overwatch. Bam! Something hit the van like a freight train. Ambrose grits his teeth, his body visibly tenses at the memory. The walls crushed in on me, there was a flash of light, then darkness, stabbing everywhere. Pressure like a mountain falling on me, feeling crushed to a pulp, then I blacked out. Ambrose falls silent. He seems to be somewhere far away in his mind, the seconds tick by. I think I get the drift. Finish your story. Keeping it short, you got smashed up and quit running. Wait for Ambrose to continue. Ramble on, Captain Boring. Wait for Ambrose to continue. When I woke up again, I was in pitch darkness. I could hardly breathe. I was being burned by hot metal. The pain was indescribable. There was shrieking, like the metal was screaming around me, and sparks. Someone was cutting through the wreck. Huge pressure lifted off me. There was a blinding light. Ambrose gives a tense sigh. He's trembling. It was our glove woman, Karen. She pulled me out of the wreck, wrenched 4 tourniquets on me, shot me up with drugs, stuffed me in a security car, stuffed me in a security car she'd shot up. Karen jacked me in. I couldn't even hold my head up. I thought my spine was shattered. Once I was rigged in, though, the pain in my meat didn't matter. I drove us out of there. I stayed conscious just long enough to get us to a friendly clinic. By the time I got us there, Karen was going down with brain swelling. Ambrose's eyes seemed to clear as if he's returning from far away. We got barn stomped right proper, slaughtered. They crushed the command van with a front end loader and left me for dead. Everybody but me and Karen got wiped out. Who ambushed you? How did Karen escape? You're wrecked, Ambrose. How did you survive so much trauma? Drone Control 4. You were the team rigger. How did a construction vehicle blindside you? I don't have drone control. This is fine. They hit you with a construction vehicle? Let's finish this up. What happened after? You're wrecked, Ambrose. How did you survive so much trauma? Ambrose taps the side of his head. Cowardice and job security. I was always real scared of getting hurt. I'd clutched up my tactical computer with some healware and my headwear radio. As soon as my vitals went screwy, my trauma protocols kicked in and my radio started broadcasting my heartbeat. Karen couldn't drive. She homed in on my beacon and cut me out of the wreck with our demo saw. When she shot me up with enough adrenaline, PM04, and morphine to reanimate a corpse. Ambrose shivers a little at the memory. And she put 3 trauma patches on me in a row. It shredded my renal system. He taps his chair. That's why this little hot rod has an artificial liver and a dialysis machine in it. How did Karen escape? Karen was carrying the first haul out when the assault team hit us. She jumped into a koi pond and lay on the bottom for about 5 minutes doing her woo-woo chi centering thing. They dropped a flashbang grenade into the pool to clear it. That messed her up good, but burst her eardrums, gave her a concussion, ruptured the blood vessels in her eyes, nose, mouth, knocked the air out of her lungs. She stayed at the bottom for another couple minutes. I once asked her what that was like. She just said painful. That was Karen, stoic like a concrete block. Who ambushed you? I still don't know. Best I can figure out, it was some sort of counter-intrusion team. Maybe the whole run was a setup. They hit you with a construction vehicle? Yeah, it shoved the van right into a plasticrete wall. A nearby robot arm equipped for heavy mechanical work emphatically snaps its vice-like claw, crushed it like a beer can. Fuck, man. I learned something from that. Tell you what, how to seriously slot someone's day. Ambrose gestures with his chin toward the clinic's false ceiling. I've got an articulated black hoe boom up there with a demolition claw. Hell with guns. Anyone ever fucks with Chrome Alley, they'll learn what high-powered hydraulics really means. Anyway, that's how it all went down. Afterwards, things were real hard for a while. Ambrose seems to take stock of himself. He breathes heavily, tension drains from his body, and he slowly relaxes. Here I am, though. Ripshot no more. By the way, Ripshot is dead. Let's keep it that way. Please don't say that name to anyone, okay? Karen was an artist at faking deaths, and she made sure we both vanished. Fair enough. Ambrose shakes himself and rubs his eye anxiously. Listen, Red, this is a stressful subject for me. We can talk more about the past another day, but for now, I'm spent. Okay. Tell me about Reliable Matthew. Ambrose sighs. His expression suggests that he's had this conversation before. What about Maddie? Why are you giving him BTLs? What's his deal? Sounds like he's in a bad situation with his suppliers. Can I have some BTLs? They look pretty awesome. Why are you giving him BTLs? Why am I giving him BTLs? Ambrose bristles. So he doesn't have to get cheap shit that's going to fry his brain from a street dealer. That's why. No, that's fair. Those cool blues are pharmaceutical grade. Their tracks run clean and clear as live opera. Ambrose catches himself. Patient confidentiality, I've already said too much. He's medicated. God knows he deserves it. Fair enough. Sounds like he has a medical need. That he does. What's his deal? He's a shy, sensitive guy who's had a rough life. Now he's got a shit job selling people the thing they love to hate. Ambrose shakes his head in exasperation. That poor guy. He wouldn't harm a fly, but if there's someone who should have failure to adapt tattooed on their forehead, it's Maddie. Sounds like he's in a bad situation with his suppliers. Maddie is always in a bad situation with his suppliers. He's a terrible businessman and used drone selling. That's a brutal business. You always have a lot more metal on the lot than you can afford, and the commissions are a pittance. Maddie doesn't want help to do something else though. He wants to hole up with his little drone buddies and be left alone. Ambrose thrusts his chin out defiantly. There ain't nothing wrong with that. No, not at all. I commend you thinking about him, Red. I really do. A lot of cases like Maddie come through my door, and I feel for them. If I didn't have this gig, I might be right there with him. There, but by the grace of Chrome and Booty go I. Ambrose makes a mock toast with his arm. To Reliable Matthew, hold true, little buddy. There's a rest for you at the end of the tunnel. To Reliable Matthew, let's just get back to business. Whatever, that guy's fried. What rest is that, Ambrose? I'm pretty sure he's talking about the long dirt nap. Reliable Matthew. May he hang in there. Alright, let's talk about something else. This is just depressing. You mentioned Essence. Tell me about it. Sure, what do you want to know? Ambrose taps his wheelchair with his 3 fingers eagerly. It's fascinating stuff. What exactly is Essence? Ambrose gives an exaggerated shrug, pursing his lips. Well, I'm not sure. It's life force, sort of. Essence is like the ability of the spirit to recognize and stay connected to the body. Augmenting the body reduces our essence. When our essence is exhausted, the spirit quits the body and we die. Okay. There is this popular idea that essence is disrupted when we attach non-human things to our nervous system, but that's only kinda true. If you install a data jack or a bionic arm, that's definitely a lot of neural interface. However, if you get bone lacing or dermal armor, those don't have much neural interface. Oh, it's interface, not. Yeah. Uh, right, but there's still murder on your essence. The body still recognizes them as alien and invasive, so there's something more to essence than just a neural interface. Yeah, than just a neural interface. There are all sorts of weird theories about essence as bio-spiritual integrity and stuff. I've tried to read some of the medical papers, but it was like trying to drive a go-kart through a blackberry thicket. Hell if I know what it really is. Fair enough. Is there any way to restore lost essence? Nope, but there's a ton of research going into it, like hundreds of millions of new in a year. The person who figures out how to restore essence is going to change the world. Think about it, we might be able to achieve full biological regeneration, or even resurrection of the dead. I wouldn't need replacement parts, I might just be able to grow my own body back. That'd be something else. Can I install cyberware below 0 essence? No, no, no. You drop below 0 essence, you die. Ambrose shakes his head emphatically, face grim. Every hardcore street soldier asks that. Trust me, there is no way to do it. However, it seems that people can cultivate the ability to carry a little more cyberware. Theorists think it's really just making the essence you've got go further. Ambrose taps his 3 fingers on his paunch thoughtfully. As long as we're bullshitting though, there are a lot of rumors about cyber zombies, corporate experiments in deep augmentation, going into negative essence. Hell, there's even some convincing evidence posted by runners that these experiments exist, but no credible medical entity has ever recognized proof. If that tech is out there, it's light years beyond anything you'll find on the streets. Do I think the corps are doing the research? Of course, why not? But does it work? I've got no idea. Why don't you get some cloned limbs? Those don't take essence. I've got the ACHIS, acquired cybernetic hyperimmunity syndrome. My body rejects all sorts of mods and biotech. My body now thinks the chrome is legitimate and everything else is an intruder. Ooh. I've got a list of over 70 things I'm now allergic to, including bioimplants. So no cloned limbs for me, kind of a bummer. No horseradish either, no carrots, no barbiturates. Man, I used to love horseradish. Okay. How is essence measured? Oh, there are a zillion different systems for measuring essence, but everyone on the street just uses the rule of 6. The rule says the body has an index of 6 essence, and all augmentations can be loosely scored on how much they reduce that number. It was originally the Medvedev Dirac Bioholism Index. After 2 early researchers, they figured that the body had 6 parts, and they observed that replacing a limb with an early cyber prosthetic took around 1/6 of a person's capacity. They developed a theory that cyber capacity was based on body regions. Each region could have up to 100% cyber, and the whole body added up to 600%, which give which written as 6. Turns out the whole theory was flawed. The body region doesn't matter much for essence cost, but the rule of 6 was easy and intuitive. It's stuck, so we still use it. Ambrose gives you a crooked smile, eyes glittering. Essence is cool stuff. Cool stuff. At the end of the day, I don't know what is. I feel like it should say what it is. I just know I'm almost out of it. So after you got smashed up, how did you become a street dog? Ambrose's face becomes grim. You want to keep going with this, Red? Alright. After that ambush, things were desperate for a long time. We had to borrow a lot of money. Karen had blown ears and a brain injury. I was a chunk of raw meat. Oy. I was so bad, I was almost euthanized. Shit, I wanted to be put down. Then we turned to the tide. How did you turn the tide? Land the plane, Ambrose. I'm in a hurry. Before you continue, why didn't they euthanize you? Hold on, where is Karen now? Wait, how did you pay all that money back? Continue your story. I'm listening. Before you continue, why didn't they euthanize you? Because of Karen. She raised holy hell about it. She was trans Catholic and they're dead set against suicide. To them, it's the worst sin. See, they think we're all incarnate to do our life's karmic. See, they think we're all incarnate to do our life's karmic work. No matter how shitty that work is, all other beings in the universe rely upon us to finish it, so we must see our lives through. Personally, I don't buy it. I just can't believe the universe is that cruel. I can. Ambrose shakes his head in exasperation. Karen was a walking contradiction. She had high aspirations, but she was terrible at all that. Thou shalt not kill or steal or throw people off subway platforms stuff. Ambrose rolls his eyes and gives a strained grin. She was like, Ambrose, if you smoke yourself, I will hunt you down in your next life and gut you. I felt I owed it to her to live. That was the first time I ever felt like I owed anything to anyone. His face clouds with anger and hurt. And then, what she did to me, unfucking believable. What did Karen do? That's a raw nerve, Red. Ambrose's brows draw low. He glances with intense anger toward the operating table for a moment. Karen betrayed me. I don't want to talk about it. Fair enough. Wait, how did you pay all that money back? I'm getting to that. Short answer is I'm still paying it back, but I'm gaining ground. Tell you what though, it's not the money that's hard, it's the favors. I owe kindly so many favors, I'll probably never pay them all off. This clinic lets me do a lot of things I like, but I also have to do some things that I don't like at all. Don't ask about that, I can't tell you. Fair enough. I've satisfied my curiosity, you can continue now. Karen still had her whole bag from the job. It was mostly full of incomplete research data. Useless. However, it also had this crazy score, a draft mediocre surgical no soft / skill wire program. Well, at first we thought it was a crazy score, then we realized it was a paperweight. This wasn't some doc in a box, it was Sigma grade, really high end. It was supposed to run through an expert robotics system, not a person. It was also unsellable, very rare, very traceable. But then he breaks into a secretive, proud smile. I figured out how to run it through my cyber. How'd you do that? Sorry, one sec. Decking, which I don't have. How can you run a Sigma grade skill software? Cortex bridges can't handle those reactive exchange rates. How the hell can you do that? Only a rig can handle Sigma bandwidth, but you can't rig knowledge architectures. How did you do that? It's hard to explain if you're not a tech head. You wouldn't understand. He breaks into an involuntary chuckle. Okay, twist my arm, I'll tell you. Ambrose smiles so delightedly that even his cyber eye seems to twinkle. His voice conspiratorial, he talks fast. I use 3 external servers to hold it. Over at my workstation, I run hard lines from the servers through 2 jacks. One to my Cortex, one to my tactical computer. My other two jacks, I specially installed one plugs into my encephalon, which has been repurposed. Okay. The fourth jack connects my headwear to external memory in my wheelchair. My encephalon handles algorithmic load, while my tactical computer acts as an enteric processor and titrates between my NoSoft skill wire brain and the control rig. The whole mashup takes 5 custom programs, all Wampoan built. That's fucking intense. From there, smooth sailing. How are you not fried? Ambrose smiles beatifically. I am not just Ambrose, I'm the chair, the servers, the machinery, I am Chrome Alley. And that's why my remaining essence is just a precious sliver. Where was I? Oh, yeah. So, I figured out how to run the program. I said, Karen, this is our golden ticket. We're going to make a killing. We borrowed more money and got Kindly and the Cafe tribe to sponsor us, set up Chrome Alley. The rest is history. He looks proudly around the medical clinic come machine shop. Maybe it's not a killing, but it's turned out to be a pretty good life. Do you worry about the program's owners coming after you? You absconded with a high-grade program. The corp that you hit may not forget that. Do you ever think about going back for revenge? Do you worry about the program's owners coming after you? Hey, I worry about a lot of people coming after me. Nobody ever really gets out of the shadows, but my trail is cold. I've had this thing for 5 years now. Ripshot is dead. 10-armed Ambrose lives here now. Fair enough. You got anything interesting? I've got 1,000. Sure, it's fine. Goodbye, Ambrose. Cheers, Red. Talk to you later. Alrighty. Check in with Max. Laura is speaking into the air as you approach. His bulky goggles flash with an unusually diverse array of condition lights. Yo, T-Zero, I gotta go, man. This is the cat I was telling you about. The goggle servos whine softly as a set of lenses focuses on you. Brad, what's going on? What have you been up to? Wait, were you just telling someone about me? Don't worry, T-Zero is Wampoan. He's so cool. He's like refrigerant. So what can I hook you up with today? What's metadata for you? Yo, tell me what you got. The network runs on information. Entertainment bigwig Neville Ma has a vampire associate. She healed him after his recent auto wreck in exchange for living the high life. Law scratches his tousled hair. No one's gonna believe that. What? It's true. Why not? I know it sounds crazy. I know, it sounds crazy. It's not that, it's, that's word for word the plot of a side quest in the new expansion pack of Gangzhou Heat, Year of Snake. Everyone's playing it. Memes like that are flying everywhere on the boards right now. I mean, I believe you, Red, because you're legit, but no one else will. Here, I'll still hook you up. I guess reality is as strange as fiction. Let's see what I got for you. Grab a program. Here's my surplus stack. Laura grabs a nearby bin and slams it down in front of you. Check this shit out. I don't need any programs. Have you got some new ones? I'll bill this as data expense. Woo, 200. Fuck yeah. Pleasure handling meta with you, Red. Law beams happily. A little meta is like a fresh memory defragment. It makes my whole day better. Fair enough. Some metadata for you. Penelope Wong was sacked from Promises in Moonlight because the producer is being blackmailed. Law's jaw drops as if in shock. What? Do I look like a fucking tabloid? He stretches his arms wide in exasperation. Come on, Red. You're a stone cold, steely-eyed killing machine. I don't need to hear that. Hot Sparkles. Sue got sacked because she stopped banging the chairman of the board. Seriously, tell me something else. Never mind. See you later, Law. Gotta go. Okay, watch your back, shoot straight and all that. Yep. Same thing as always. Okay. Check in here. Reliable Matthew flashes a winning smile as you approach. Well, that was a close one, Red. Thanks to you, we're back in business, and just for you, I've got a red-hot deal on solar charges. Just in time for the sun. He stares up blissfully at the cloudy grey sky. Let's talk more about your medicine. Matthew playfully blows the smoke of his cigarillo. My medicine, I can't think of a thing to talk about except how nice it is to see you. Nothing but blue skies over here. Beautiful. Be real with me, Matthew. Maybe I'm as real as the setting sun. He sighs heavily through a plastic grin. Alright, beautiful, alright. Clutching his cigarillo tensely between his fingers, he reaches up into his hair. With a faint click, he removes the chip. His expression goes slack, his shoulders slump. Matthew struggles to maintain eye contact as a slow tide of melancholy washes over his face. Hi, Red. He says it timidly. He looks around disconsolately at the drone's scattered deck. Here we are. Why are you doing this to yourself? Matthew mumbles a reply. You would too. He lifts his head and looks you in the eye tentatively, but with a certain conviction. I know what people think. Some people like Ambrose don't look down on me, but everyone else, I just want them to leave me alone. I want to be left alone, okay? It's okay, friend. I understand. You can go back now. Thanks for being real for a minute. Whatever, be a chiphead if you like. Do as you will. I don't blame you, brother. The world is screwed. I think that you might be the sanest one among us. Thanks, Fred. Gives you a shy nod. There's a deep recognition in his eyes. I know what I'm doing. I'm going back now. Matthew reaches up into his hair. There is a faint click as he snaps a BTL back into his data jack. His back ripples as he pulls himself upright, and his face transforms with a sudden surge of feeling. Red, that was real. I mean, real beautiful. You've got some chops on you. Whew! He adjusts his tie with exaggerated gusto. You know something I think about? May I tell you? It's gonna blow your socks. Sure, Matthew, go ahead. You're a peach, beautiful. So let's get real. Really real. Matthew takes a big, virile breath. He looks around in satisfaction, hands on his hips. I'm not Matthew Shun, and I'm not cool blue jazz. I'm both. He cocks an eye at you. I think about where I'm from. I think a lot about where I'm from. Some coked up dude in a sim ring, recording his feelings, mass-produced in a factory, shipped out like a commodity. And this poor other guy on a slowly sinking gasoline reeking drone lot, called a merchant of poverty by his neighbors, along with his drones, the moldy smell of his trailer. It makes me angry, Red, angry about this heartless shit heap that calls itself meta-humanity. But it also makes me proud. Where are you going with this? Tell it, Matthew. Proud, huh? Like a coked up dude? Stow it, you rambling lunatic. What's your point? Tell it, Matthew. Reliable Matthew taps himself forcefully on the chest. I'm proud because I'm more than just the sum of my parts. Whatever aimless tweaker my feelings come from, they merge with a guy who never had a chance and they alleviate his pain. I live a life of honor. I almost said horror. He looks around at the looming walled city, the polluted river, the dilapidated drone yard. I'm like a knight errant. You... You sure? X's are weird in Chinese. Whichever dialect of it. It's weird. I'm like the swordsman in Jaya Dao. I fight for humanity. Thanks for reaching out to Matthew. Don't you worry, I'm watching out for him. Reliable Matthew nods in slow satisfaction, a wizened look on his face. As long as there's chips, I won't get tired. I'll never leave. He claps his hands together and breaks into a gigantic grin. Now let's get back to it, beautiful. Damn, Matthew. The world is now officially batshit crazy. Etiquette academic, Jaya Dao's swordsman. You're, not like a Tang Dynasty warrior, Matthew. Thanks for laying it out. I think we understand each other. I think I'm gonna poke with the academic. I'd like to, like, gas him up, but, like, I think I'm gonna poke. Just to see how far this goes. Jaya Dao's swordsman, you're, not like a Tang Dynasty warrior, Matthew. Oh yes, I am, and this, Matthew waves around his now dead cigarillo, is my frosty blade. Hail to the hero, beautiful. Injustice, watch out. He breaks out a fresh cigarillo and rips off the auto-igniter with gusto. It bursts to life in a puff of rank blue smoke. He regards you with a sly, exaggerated smile. Now, my other honorable brethren in arms, how can I brighten your day? You just did, buddy. I'll catch you later. I got karma for that. Ooh, we're at 9. Do I waste it on 9 charisma? My stats are so bad. It's beautiful. Anyway. Okay, so that's him poked. Ooh. Crit stick. 43 new one? Okay. Okay, I think Crafty's the next person that we need to go talk to. Oh, hi, Algernon. How you doing, buddy? Hey, Crafty. A heavy scent buffets your senses, the scent of pure, unadulterated book, woody, musky, dusty. The light herbal incense from before seems like an afterthought in the wake of paper smell. Looking around, you see that the shopkeeper has abandoned her earlier feeble attempts at organizing the text. Several of the towers of books are now reduced to piles on the ground. A piece of paper caught somehow in a ceiling rafter rustles gently above you. Hello, anyone home? Crafty, you in? Pizza delivery. Ah. Crafty, you in? You hear a shuffling of papers, an arm rolls out from under a pile of blankets and books. Crafty raises her head, a notebook spread open on top of it. The book topples to the floor. Oh, hey! Her voice cracks. Crafty clears her throat with a cough and stumbles out of her pile. Her voice is clear when she speaks again. Sorry about the mess. I was up all night reading, or rather, up every night reading. She stretches. You look died. You look dog tired. Feeling alright? Crafty lets out a single sharp laugh. I've been better, if that's what you mean. Going through these notebooks has been hard, not just because of the sheer amount of information, it's been a nostalgic ride, too. Um. Why don't you take a break? Maybe you should try doing something else for a while. If these journals are kicking your ass, you can always stop. Your health comes first. Yeah, if these journals are kicking your ass, you can always stop. Your health comes first. No way. I've dug myself too deep to back out now, and I don't say that as a bad thing. I've made progress. I'm proud of that. She leans on a book-covered chair. The sooner I figure out these dreams, the sooner I can rest. And trust me, Red, I'll make up for it in spades and naps. Just don't work yourself to death. If that's your plan, remember to pace yourself. You won't get anything done if you become sick. I've no doubt your determination will get you through this. If that's your plan, remember to pace yourself. You won't get anything done if you become sick. You make a good point. I appreciate the advice. But don't worry, it's not a total slog. These journals are just as exciting as they are laborious. Okay, so what's the latest? The latest. She walks over to a glass table and starts tossing books off of it. She digs through them. You realize the table is not actually a table, but a glass display case full of dried medicinal ingredients. Crafty withdraws a notebook from the pile, its binding unraveling. The pages holding on for dear life. Here we go. This one's loaded. Give me the highlights. With what? The suspense is killing me. That one. Got a couple of big finds. Mum's notes are a mess, but so I boiled them down to the most important information. An exorcism of and the Yama Kings. Where do you want to start? I'd like to know about the Yama Kings. Crafty turns to a page marked with a red sticky note. She looks up at you. Tell me, how much do you know about the Yama Kings? Only what I've heard here and there. I've run across stories about them in my own research. Never heard of them. I want to get the most information out of this, even if it's a rehash of anything. So, we're going to go with never heard of them. Personally, I'd only heard about the Yama Kings in fables and myths, things to scare children to sleep, to inspire awe. As you can guess, intimate knowledge about imaginary beings is largely non-existent. And here, she taps the page, we found the demons of the walled city. Through my mother's excursions into the slum, she came to learn that its residents had their own unique Yama Kings, different from the traditional ones. The people there are segregated from the rest of Hong Kong. Over time, they came to believe that their home was possessed by local demons. Makes sense considering the place's penchant for crime and disaster. Okay. Yeah, I'll buy that. Interesting. What were they like? Do their Yama Kings have names? Do the Yama Kings have names? There were three that Mum knew of. Lam Vi or Vi, Fu Mang, and Quan Ya. Each Yama King is associated with a negative energy on which they feed. Lam Vi feeds from cowards, Fu Mang from the guilty, and Quan Ya slaves. Unfortunately, my mother's handwriting declined with her sanity. She rubs her forehead in frustration. She has a lot of details in here about these local Yama Kings, but I could only make out bits and parts. There's a list, something here about Her mouth twists sideways and her eyes squint, straining to read the notes. Rules, maybe laws of some sort. The thing that stood out to me is here. She plops a finger onto the page. It's about the proprieties surrounding ownership in deals, exchanges, negotiations, luncheons. No, that last part can't be right. Anyway, it says the Yama Kings, under rules or laws, must adhere to the terms of a deal. There's something else, but she sighs and flips the paper onto the counter. Nope, sorry, I can't read anything past that. It's strange to me that Mum found these mystical beings significant enough to mention in her documents. It makes me wonder if she thought they were real or connected to the curse that she believed in. A thump and Crafty closes the notebook. She casually tosses it back into the display case. Onto the display case. It's not the best lead, but I think that it's a step in the right direction. Okay, tell me about the exorcism. She flips through the notebook and, after locating the right page, lays the book on the counter. Her index finger glides across the notes as she summarizes its contents. On one of Mum's trips to the walled city, she decided to check out an archway, an old crumbling relic that residents believed to be haunted. Mum wasn't sure about the hauntings, but upon entering the area, she immediately felt that this was a place of concentrated chi. Okay. I know someone who mentioned the same arch. She's from the walled city. Crafty looks up from the notebook. I believe that. It's a fairly prominent landmark. Seems to me like most people from the walled city would at least have heard of it, if not seen it. What did she say? I can boil it down to creepy, nothing good, just a bunch of superstitious dribble about spirits. I can boil it down to creepy. I think I'm gonna go with nothing good. Because this is correct, but also incomplete. So, yeah, nothing good. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you there, at least from what my mother wrote. It was seriously bad. Go on. The chi wasn't like your standard run of the mill energy, even for the walled city. This chi was exceptionally dark, and it all seemed to gravitate toward the arch. So she did what any kook of her magic brand would try, a Taoist exorcism. How did that go? Not my first choice. Did something explode? How did that go? It went to hell. The exorcism failed and something happened to her. She broke. Crafty takes a deep breath through her nose. My mother had entered the city strong, confident, and capable, but when she left that day, it's hard to explain. It's as if the experience left her vulnerable to those base horrors within the walled city. She grew paranoid and became frail of mind and body, a mere shadow of her former self. It's as if she witnessed something and it changed her. She became more obsessed than ever, and that's how I remember her now, as that broken woman. I'm not sure how this fits into our investigation, but if that sort of malevolence is coursing through the walled city, it's no wonder the people who live there experience such terrible dreams. Back so soon. Tell me what you need. I'll see what I can do. Think you can send me a copy of those notes? Crafty taps her fingers to her nose. Already a step ahead of you. Just finished digitally transcribing the information. I'll send it your way. She looks around the book covered shop. As soon as I find my terminal. Uh, Thanks, Crafty. Don't keep me waiting. That'd be great. Appreciate it. Thanks, Crafty. You're welcome. Expect them soon. Cool. I'll let you get back to it. Sounds like a plan. See you soon. Hello, mysterious elf known as Arjanon. Algernon? This austere, refined looking elf is browsing the shop's collection of talisman, herbs, and crystals. Noting your approach, he turns to face you. Good evening, my friend. I hope it's been a pleasant one. Pretty good so far, you? The elf cocks his head, considering the question. I have definitely had worse nights, without a doubt, as I suspect have many who live here in Haoi. One only need one need only look to the walled city to see how far into misery and squalor one can fall. My name is Algernon Half Dream, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Algernon does not extend his hand, but he does incline his head politely. It's not quite a bow, but almost. You don't sound like a local. Actually, you know what? You got some interesting eyes, Algernon. Do I? I've never really thought about them. So, to tell you the truth, they allow me to see, and there our relationship ends. Surely there must be many people in Haoi with interesting eyes. Cyber surgery is so common these days, it's almost routine. Uh, most people's eyes don't glow, Algernon. Yours don't look like cyber eyes, though. Of course they don't. They are my natural eyes. A bit peculiar, I suppose, but no more so than dogs with a paralyzing howl, telepathic cats, or the occasional vampire. The modern world is full of unusual sights. You don't sound like a local. No, I am not, I admit, though I have been to Hong Kong many times in the past. I was acquainted with Meow's mother, Eleanor. Algernon spares a moment to survey the shop. I must say it's been kept in wonderful condition, if not improved somewhat. I can't quite place your accent. I've been traveling my entire life. I rarely stay in one locale for long. I would consider nowhere and everywhere my home. When you speak as many languages as I do, it's inevitable that they begin to bleed together. Though I've always had a particular fondness for Cantonese. It has a lyrical quality few other languages can match. You've been in the walled city? No. There's a leaden finality to Algernon's tone. He pauses for a moment before elaborating. I've looked around outside and spoken to some residents who trade at the edge, but I have not entered it. Fair. The misery and hopelessness of those within it is overwhelming. I would prefer not to venture too near such a well of negativity. But those emotions have colored and warped astral space in a unique fashion, one that I felt was worth studying, albeit from afar. He shakes his head sadly. Such a waste of human potential to think of all the ways the world and fate have failed those people. Are you a mage or a shaman? What makes you think I am either of them? Perhaps I am simply an inquisitive soul. Algernon smiles and gestures towards the racks of magical accessories on the wall. Of course, a merely inquisitive soul would not be interested in purchasing any of this. Perhaps I am both, or neither. The nature of magic is fluid, especially in these tumultuous times, so soon after the dragons have awoken. Too many people try to draw binary divisions between methods of thaumaturgy. At the heart of things, there is will, there is power, and there is change. Okay, see you later, Algernon. Safe travels, my friend. Neat. Good to see Algernon show up again in another game. He is truly a character. Should we check in with Kindly, see if she's got anything interesting to say? I think so. We're not being directed to do it, but it might be a good option. She isn't here. Interesting. Actually, you know what? Let's pop over here. Do you have anything new? Young troll bouncer manning the door is in the midst of patting down a prospective patron with enough force to dislocate a shoulder or hip, while other shady-looking patrons walk idly past him into the club. He waves the shaken man inside, propelling him forward with a final pat on the back. People don't realize that you gotta check for internal weapons as well as external ones. And you know that, and you know how to do that? You can't possibly feel an implant. Are we talking the rubber glove treatment? And you know how to do that? I've got it down to a science. Fair enough. I love the cat. The cat is amazing. You can just you just need the right technique. Matter of fact, I caught a guy last week with a phosphorus grenade in his leg compartment. And what did you do? Disarmed him, of course, got it back behind the bar now. I'm gonna blow it off in the river, impress some girls. You looking for a pat down yourself? I'll be good, I promise. No, just information. Doubt I can help you much there, but I'll try. Are you a member of the family that owns this place? Sure am. Frederick Huffai. Or Faye. Some call me Freddy. Most call me shit, no, please stop, or something along those lines. Honestly fair. You look like you could snap me like a twig. I'm also the current record holder for the Club 88 pitch and toss, which is to say I throw dead Pete's harder and farther than anyone else around these parts. Nice. High watermark is that piece of tape over yonder. Guy was an orc too, hefty, but he simply soared that day. Are you running any businesses on the side? Nah, I may take the occasional payment to look the other way or be in the can when a fight breaks out, but I have enough on my plate that I can't really take on much else. Training, you see, I love what I do, but you gotta work hard to stay in peak condition. I've also got some next steps in mind, so I'm working even harder towards that. Big plans, you just wait and see. I also play the drums. Nice! Why are you searching some people and letting others in? This is a private club. There are three kinds of people I let in: members, guests of members, and people who make a good case. The latter two get a really good search before they go in the door, unless they're with Kindly Chang or the Emperor of Japan or something. I don't care if someone has a cyber spur or a holdout pistol or whatever, but we can't have serious weapons on non-members inside. Ma sells some big stuff, but she puts electronic trigger locks on her merchandise until they're out the door so people don't get dumb ideas. This is a no assassination safe zone. Serious weapons go in the weapons check unless you're a member. That way, if a big firefight ever breaks out, the members will have the upper hand. Fair enough. We keep the killings very rare. Most happen when some members get all fried up and decide to settle score with box cutters or something. So, I'm a member now? You work for Kindly as a Shadowrunner, no less. That makes you a member. Okay? Remember the rules. No fighting unless you know, it comes down to that and you're ready to skip off the concrete. No killing either. If you got a legitimate killing business, go do it somewhere. Sorry, if you've got legitimate killing business, go do it somewhere else. People come here to have a good time. Got it. You're really just trying to minimize collateral damage, aren't you? Pretty much. Alright, I'll leave you be. I haven't been in here since like the first time I was able to go. Rent? Check. Troll Patriarch of Club 88 gently polishes a collection of old wooden belaying pins. These are but a few of the nautical touches that struggle vainly to assert their theme against the club's otherwise glassy neopunk decor. Back again, not just another ship passing in the night, eh? Says, I'm just a landlubber. Reckon you're not. You a sailor, sailor? Spent some time in the Navy. I'm just a landlubber, reckon you're not. You reckon rightly, though I haven't been on the water in far too long. Sounds like you miss it. Do I not strike you as the king of... Sorry. Do I not strike you as the king of island nightlife? You look more like you want to bash those house speakers with those pins. You take the man out of the ocean, not the ocean out of the man. At best, you're a duke, but I have yet to see you dance. Take the man out of the ocean, but not the ocean out of the man. Ain't that the truth? So how can I help you? What was it like out on the high seas? Better when I was younger. Things were simpler then, if not terribly profitable. Got my start on fishing trawlers, just barely scraping by. Good folk though. Over the years, I made a name for myself as one does, got more regular work on better crews, eventually earned a spot on a tugboat, spent the bulk of my years crewing ocean-going tugs for... Cruising? The big ships, the tankers, the bulkers, the container ships, the seabed miners are all run by technical crews and computers now, so the smaller merchant boats, there's still a little seafaring left, but not much. But on the tugs, the supply boats, the salvage craft, that's where there's still a place for old-time sailors. It matters if you can wrap a cable on the winch in 30-foot seas, jury-rig a diesel engine, and keep a boat on course with just the wheel and the binnacle after the bridge windows all blow out. It was a hard life, but good. Why the change of vocation? Why does a man give up drinking, or sell his trike, or throw out his porn collection? Sorry, had to yawn. For a woman, of course. And I had me one hell of a woman. Still do. Fair enough. This place was her dream, a business, a home for us together. Hard to deny the worth in that, no matter how much I miss what I once had. No ma'am, no regrets at all. I'll leave you be. Okay. Don't think I've talked to you. Brent Shirky. Something I can help you with, friend. The elf has a hard set look to his face and the cold stare of someone accustomed to casual violence. The most striking thing about him, however, are the glowing golden tattoos that wrap from his forehead around toward the back of his head, just over one ear. Nice ink you got there. It's not ink, not really, it's a spell. The elf's tone is flat and disinterested, but he fixes you with an intense stare. Magical tattoo, the kind of thing you tend to pick up in the business. What business is that exactly? Fixing you with a dubious look, the elf cocks his head. What the hell do you think, woman? Look at you. We're obviously working the same angle here in Heoi. Name's Brent Shirky. He doesn't extend a hand but nods at you in greeting. I'm a mage, one of the best in this hemisphere, in fact. That's an awfully plain name. Nice to meet you, I'm Brad. Good to know. If you need anyone to pick up the magical slack on your team, you can find me here. What's your specialty as a mage? What kind of bullshit question is that? Are you interviewing me for a job, renting tuxedos or something? Brent snorts and hunches over the table on one elbow. Magic is about power. You can dress it up however you like, but that's the core of what it is. I've met a lot of magicians that talk about being spiritually in tune with the universe or reaching a higher state of enlightenment. It's all crap. You focus your will to enact a change on the universe. The stronger your will, the bigger the change. Calling it anything else is just window dressing. That's why I bring the big guns, fire, lightning, or force. My will is stronger than steel or Kevlar or stone. A good mage knows exactly how far they can push themselves, and they ride that limit. It's not just the blessing of a totem or idol, but their own skill at knowing their limits, just like an athlete. It's a remarkably open way of putting it. What about astral space, spirits? I agree, magic's a skill, not a religion. Yeah, that's a remarkably open way of putting it. Why should I dress it up? Just because some people grasp at gods? Sure, they get totemic power from somewhere, but totems always seem to match the shaman's pre-existing outlook and prejudices. Some people can't accept that the power comes from within themselves, so they have to pretend it's being given to them. Brent lifts his hand gesturing in the air as he speaks. It's like this. We know we can graph the power output of magical energy. We can benchmark the intensity of spirits and astral energies. The entire basis of modern thaumaturgy is treating magic like any other science. We don't know how everything works, but the same is true for quantum physics. Why should we assume higher powers are at work when the scientific method can be applied to thaumaturgy? I certainly understand the desire to look for answers in the heavens, but they're just as ephemeral as ever. Okay. Why don't you use a street name? Brent shrugs, one corner of his mouth curling up in a wry smile. When I started running, I was too young to know better. By the time it mattered, I was too good for anyone to do anything about it. Since I'm sinless, it's not like any of the megas can attach meaningful information to the name. It's just as meaningless as any street name in terms of tracking things. Fair enough. Besides, street names have always struck me as a little ridiculous. You're gonna call yourself something that sounds like a teenage Matrix handle, and that shows you're serious? Please. I wouldn't be able to look at myself in the mirror if I called myself something like Blackheart, Silverhand, or Adariel. It's just ridiculous. Brent Shirky is a name. It's mine. I've earned it my whole life. Why change it now? Fair enough. What's with the magical tattoo? Oh, this? Brent lifts two fingers, running them across his forehead toward the tip of his ear. I got this done in Yokohama a few years back. An old crewmate's brother is a tattoo artist out there, specializing in quickened spells. You put this kind of ink in, and it's like getting a spell cast on you for good. A ward will knock it down just like normal, but you'll never have to recast the spell. It just slowly regenerates. A nice alternative to cyberware. Oh, that's neat. That sounds like a pretty great deal. So what spell does it hold? I'm not gonna ask that. As much as I would like to know, I'm not gonna ask. It sounds like a pretty great deal. Oh, it is, but there's a catch. It's a constant astral link to you, no matter where you are. So if you piss off the artist, they can put ascending on you, long-range magical artillery. It takes a bit to catch up with you, but you'll just explode on the spot. That's how the triads keep members from breaking their oaths. You can only get this kind of work done if you really trust the artist. Okay, I'll talk to you later, Brent. Hi, you have guns. It doesn't take a Shadowrunner's eye to tell who runs Club 88. Even the roughest of patrons show deference to the troll woman in the back. It also helps that she tends a veritable arsenal of high-grade firearms. Back again, I see. I didn't catch your name before. Didn't catch yours either. I'm Red. I mean, Ermine Cafe. Pleased to meet you. We get a lot of passes through after their business with the Dockman or the Yellow Lotus. They get escorted here to relax and shop. Then they leave. I'm happy to never know their names, but you're a different story, aren't you? What have you heard? Not much. Yet. So what can I do for you? Tell me a bit more about this place? Club 88, we bought it 10 years ago. Before that, my husband crewed ships for Wuxing. He'd be gone for weeks or something, sometimes months at a time, and I was sick of it. Raising two boys on my own, troll boys, pah. We needed something more stable. I needed a husband at home, so we retired and we put everything we had saved into this place. The 88 stands for good fortune, and the club has proven worthy of the name. If only people appreciated that success instead of whining about things that will never be. Fair enough. Have you heard of a man called Raymond Black? I seem to recall a blurb in the news, but I didn't pay much attention. Not a name I know, and if it was a name worth knowing, I'd know it. Fair enough. What are you selling? I can't use any of these guns, but I know that... Party members can. Ares Corp created this suit for special forces operatives to use during extreme weather incursions. I wouldn't mind getting this from Duncan at some point. Getting some better armor. Yeah, we're fine. Alright. Very sleepy today. That is not good. Callum, how you doing? The eldest son of the Cafe family appears to be far less inebriated than before, though there is still a drink clutched in his massive hand. He's parting ways with an uncharacteristically awkward elf who palms something as she goes. Evening, Callum Cafe, at your service. We met once before. Have we? I suppose one of us didn't make much of an impression. I think I liked you better when you were plastered. You certainly make one now. You're kind of bitchy when you're sober. Yeah, I gotta do it. Brain says you gotta. You're kind of bitchy when you're sober. I agree, but I intend to work on that. Fair enough. Looking at the score. How many shots does it take to lay out someone your size? I'll let you know if it ever happens. Fair enough. Like to know more about you? Me? Why would you want to know about me? I'm nothing. I sling poison into the dregs of Haley. It's not like I ever wanted anything more than this, right? I can see it on your face. You can probably see it all over mine. What good would an education serve someone like me? Why would I ever consider making something of myself to go places? Sure, I can fill out a suit like nobody's business, but people see a troll in Armani like they see an organ grinder's monkey. No, this is the place for me. This is where I belong. What do you got? Yeah, that sucks. Kinda want some cram. I'm very upset that the drug dealer is no longer hanging out over here. Yeah, he's not. Which is all kinds of unfortunate. Yeah, nothing interesting over Yeah. Alright. Time to head up to the computer, poke up a couple bits and pieces, and then head off for a job. Probably. Oh, hi. How you doing? You went to the trawler to find your crew gathered together waiting for you. Isabel has her hand buried in her PDA. The rest of them stand watching her, trying to be patient. Did someone call a crew meeting? I told you I'm the one who gets to call crew meetings. What's going on? Isabel, you look like you have something to tell the class. What's going on? Isabel paces up and back, trying to decide how to begin. I've been doing my homework on Josephine Sang and Sang Mechanical Services. Ooh. You're pacing, so that tells me you found something. Oh yeah, I found something, alright. Isabel lifts her PDA to her face and consults her notes. In 2011, Sang Mechanical Services was a D-level corp floundering in the shallow end of the Hong Kong corporate pool. That's when Josephine Shui, I don't know, married into the family. Josephine thought big. She conceived of a massive project that would catapult TMS into the big time, something she called the Prosperity Project. Oh boy. Prosperity, that's what Raymond was mumbling about. What does any of this have to do with Raymond? What is the Prosperity Project? Once upon a time in the 1900s, the walled city was a densely populated slum. Something like 30,000 people crammed into 6.5 acres. Ooh, that's not good. Wait, I've heard this story before. It's a shithole. It's a shithole, hell on earth, yada yada yada. That's today's walled city, the second walled city. The first walled city started life well over 100 years ago and lasted through both world wars and almost through to the awakening. It was torn down in 1994 when the government had finally had enough. It had become such a haven for criminals that the cops would only enter it in large, well-armed groups. Uh-oh. Sounds familiar. In 2021, Josephine Sang proposed a vision for a new type of low-income housing project, the Prosperity Project, a self-contained, low-cost walking neighborhood for the poor, but on a grand scale. The Prosperity Project would give Hong Kong's poor and the flood of refugees pouring into the country a place they could call their own, something that felt more permanent than the sprawling tent city that spontaneously sprang up after the first walled city was demolished. The Prosperity Project would replace the tent city and would be symbolically built on the site of the old walled city. The slogan was a place of dignity where prosperity begins. The apartments weren't much bigger than the space you'd get in your average coffin motel, but they were built around plazas and marketplaces that contained goods and services catering to the poor. The government forgot the lessons of the last walled city. They loved the idea of containing the refugees and the poor to only a few densely populated blocks. It kept them out of the public eye. Securing the contract catapulted Sang Mechanical Services fortunes ahead. It eventually put Josephine Sang onto the executive council. One slum made her rich? That doesn't line up. How did she get so powerful by building a slum? It's a very big slum. Apparently, that was also the beginning of a series of lucrative building contracts that propelled TMS into the big time. Where's Raymond come into all this? Raymond Black doesn't come into it at all, but Edward Sang does. Oh no. Well, this has gotten complicated. Josephine's husband or son? Son. Raymond Black was actually Edward Sang, the only son of Josephine Sang and her late husband, Breakwater Sang. Edward was in charge of laying the groundwork for the walled city, excavation and utilities, running in power lines, sewage, that kind of thing. So our secret foster grandmother is trying to kill us. What kind of name is Breakwater? I always wondered where Raymond's money came from. What kind of name is Breakwater? Cooler than he was, apparently. Breakwater Sang was kind of a nobody. The nothing son of the company's nothing founder. The best thing he ever did for his company or his family was marrying Josephine, then die of a heart attack and get out of her way. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. Remember that massive grey water leak that flooded the basement back in 48? When we got back from that camping trip in the Salish? Raymond screamed bloody murder about that. Yeah, remember what happened to Mrs. Maloney? What about it? When we got back from the camping trip in the Salish, Ray screamed bloody murder about that. We were not smiling. I'd never seen him so angry. He sobers. But did Raymond know how to fix it? No. Ray didn't know the first thing about sewer lines. He hired a small army of plumbers, probably paid them double what the job was worth fixing the thing, and it still took almost 2 months to get the leak under control. And Josephine put him in charge of the utilities. No wonder the walled city smells like that. I don't think Raymond had anything to do with the utilities in the walled city. So, if this man was not in charge of the utilities for the project, what was he doing down there? I don't know, but Edward Sang disappeared from the public eye shortly after Prosperity was completed around 2031. That's about the time he moved to Seattle, around 7 years before he found us. But what happened in the walled city? And what would make Raymond want to go back in there now after all these years? I don't know, but I intend to find out. As everyone runs away. Alright. Optional, get some rest. Okay. The workstation and missing computer. Cool. 5 unread messages. Oh no. Mother's notes, urgent problem, out of town, data retrieval. That's only 4 though. Mother's notes. From Crafty. Yeah, Red, Mother's notes. Hey Red, here are those notes you asked for, but before you dive in, a heads up. They're a complete transcription of that list from my mother's journal. As in, they're the thoughts and ramblings of an insane woman. It's not an easy read. Another dream. This time it was a near figure, a shadow, a wraith. Faceless, I heard its voice, though it did not speak. When I awoke, I was inside my home, though I had been in the city just moments before. Where am I? A weight dropped into me. I felt the words of the wraith in my skin. In the tips of my hair, I saw its mouth in my mind's eye. Rows and rows and rows of lies. Morning, my hand was in the paper before I even knew I was writing. My hand was to the paper before I even knew I was writing. I wrote these words, they cannot lie. I added it to my list. Evening, it was it a king I saw? Was I really there? Was I in the city? I'm not sure of it. How did I end up here? Was I carried back? My list is growing. Soon, with this knowledge, I will stop the kings. A step forward is a step backward. A step backward is a step forward. Each wraith has a name, a true name, and a false name. Knowing their true names is knowing their weakness. To call them on their lies is to make yourself invincible. They will still try to eat you. They fear the feathers of unborn chicks. Kings must be one or the other. That is of the negative world or positive. But positive doesn't necessarily make them good, nor negative make them bad. They simply are. Once a deal is brokered, it cannot be unmade. Kings and the planets are closely connected. When nearest the sun, their power wanes. When farthest, it grows. There is only one wraith. There is only one wraith. There may be two wraiths, but there is most certainly only one wraith. They must follow the laws of the universe, rules set in motion long ago. Should they concede defeat, all is lost to them. Kings are the rulers of us all. They take from us their lifeblood, and with it parts of our souls. Do not give them what they seek, and you will be their match. They cannot lie. Morning, I made breakfast. I fell on the floor in the shape of my death. Another truth was another truth revealed to me. I added it to my list. It's all or nothing. They are all liars. Another dream. It was in white space. I could taste the color as if it were air. This time, no voice, just rows and 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 rows. A mess. I know there's not a whole lot of significant material other than what I already picked out, but even that is contradicted within Mum's notes. Everything should be taken with a grain of salt. Meantime, I'll keep looking into it. Good luck on your end, Crafty. I am so confused. Urgent problem. From Bao, Ji and June. We have a problem to solve. It is urgent. Meet me at the Mahjong parlor. Kindly order Strangler Bao. Cool. Out of town. Kindly Chang. Red. I'm not in Hioi right now, so don't bother coming to see me. We'll talk when I return. Please continue with our business ventures in the meantime. Auntie C. Data retrieval. Kindly Chang. I hope you're enjoying your newfound success in the shadows. I've got another job for you, one that should prove very lucrative indeed. I've been contacted by an employee of the Eastern Tiger Corporation, and he needs you to steal some research data and biological samples from his employer. The man's name is Tygath Wright. Until recently, he was a researcher on a genetic engineering project. He was cagey with the details, but I gather that it centered around phenotypic alteration and postnatal genetic enhancement. Unfortunately for Wright, he's got a conscience. Stupid man. Luckily for us, he's willing to pay to have his conscience assuaged. Wright's project was apparently quite horrible. Experiments on living children, total disregard for biomedical ethics and safety, and when Wright raised concerns, he was taken off the project. He decided to step outside the bounds of the law and expose their wrongdoing to the world. The snag, you see, is that his wife and child live in Seoul, not quite the heart of Eastern Tiger's power, but close enough. He's afraid that if he releases the information himself, they'll be taken prisoner and used as leverage. The idiot should have thought of that before, but that's not our problem. The samples and data are currently on an Eastern Tiger cargo ship, the MV Nalchi, sailing near Hong Kong on their way to Seoul. The storm slowed the ship down, so you don't have to go right away, but don't take too long. Once you have the data and samples, you're to call Wright. I've attached his number. He'll give you instructions on how he wants the information leaked. When you're ready, let me know. I'll arrange transit with Captain Jomo. He's a local Loho Joa pirate and smuggler. But don't let that put you off. He's as good as they get, and he'll have you on that ship without incident. Sure, okay. I've let Captain Jomo know you're ready. You can find him at the end of the pier. My parlor is on. He'll handle everything from here on out. Claim payment. Claim payment. Who's paid on? Post schematics for the binary bar's custom deck. Relevant keywords. Holy fuck. Typhoon stalled offshore. Update on Typhoon Usagi. Infrared images of the storm eye to wall transition are really quite stunning, by the way. White prism. Typhoon Usagi has stalled in the South China Sea and is now weakening after passing north of the Philippines. Strong wind and periodic very heavy rains will continue as Usagi's arms sweep across the region. For the moment, Usagi is resisting the wind, which is causing it to lose strength. Prevailing winds will probably ultimately drive Usagi ashore west of Macau as it struggles to remain over water. According to Dr. Lance in Roki of the Imperial Japanese Meteorological Agency, even the most awakened storms have difficulty delaying their landfall for more than a week once they are in the South China Sea. Usagi will still be a full-strength typhoon when it makes landfall, but its delay fortunately gives people in the storm path more time to prepare. Look, babe, I just made this cartoonified typhoon for you. It's got a little purse and sparkles and bubble tea and 8 arms with assorted weapons and a necklace of skulls and everything. Amanita. You're the best, White Prism. The J-pop theme of the ammunition belts really takes it over the top, Amanita. You are a special person, Tungsten. No more posts. Sang Mechanical Services, a rising star. Has anyone else been keeping track of the Executive Council elections? It's almost time for the latest round, and the competition is heating up. Up until this point, Tantian CEO Sao Kok Chu looked like the best pick to replace Josephine Sang of Sang Mechanical Services, despite Wuxing CEO Kent Zhaoling's rivalry with Chu. He had the support of both Yang Lin Fat of Shibata and Adrian Chung of Hildebrand Kleinfurt Bernal, the chromed accountant. Now, though, I'm not so sure. Josephine Sang seems pretty confident that she'll remain on the council. From what I've heard, she's cut a deal with Ares Asia, Minobi, and Eastern Tiger to stay out of their way. In exchange, they let her own Southeast Asia's large-scale construction projects. A cozy relationship like that could turn the tides against Tantian, the chromed accountant. Josephine Sang, your screen flickers as a Trid clip begins playing. Josephine Sang stands at a podium addressing a crowd of reporters in front of a partially constructed skyscraper. With the finalization permits, with the finalization permits approved by the Pak Thai Workers Complex here in Dongguan, I promise you that the prosperity of this city can only increase. This marks an auspicious day, thousands of new jobs in construction, tens of thousands more when the project is complete. The low-cost housing for every worker. Some have said Sang Mechanical Services does not have the will to compete in the global market, that we are only a force to be reckoned with in Hong Kong, Africa, and South America. I say that our good fortune is your good fortune. Sang pounds the podium with a closed fist, nodding for emphasis. Sang Mechanical Services is more than a local company. Our star is rising and shows no sign of slowing. I ask the residents of Dongguan, who among you does not wish for a better life, a wealthier, happier life, one where your company is also your family and can protect you from the uncertainty of these trying times. We will give you that life, we will give you that protection and certainty. What a load of utter crap. Blue shift. It may be crap, but the people in Dongguan ate it up. The idea of signing with a local company that isn't Baihu, and believe me, they count Tantian and Wujing as foreign, was too much of a draw for them to pass on. I'm thinking that absent catastrophe, Josephine Sang will be on the executive council in the next few days. The chromed account. Why do they count Wujing as foreign? Tantian, sure, they're headquartered in Beijing, but Wujing is as native to Hong Kong as Sang is. Trauma Hound. Wujing and the Canton Confederation have been at odds since 2015. Wujing made a habit of exploiting the people of Guangdong and using loopholes to shield themselves from taxation. What's more, Wujing was the primary mover in founding the Free Enterprise Zone, permanently stopping the Confederation's designs on Hong Kong. Chromed account. Sang took a different tactic. Josephine Sang started out by promising the Canton Confederation a very lucrative taxation agreement in exchange for a low-cost, long-term lease for their facilities in Dongguan. She sweetened the deal by treating them like family rather than adversaries. She's got them eating out of her hand. Chromed accountant. Punk metal hardcore. Got a collection of over 10,000 albums of punk, hardcore, hardcore light, thrash, thrash metal, heavy metal, light metal, death metal, metal nouveau, sinopunk, synth punk, cyber thrash, synthcore, Hong Kong ska, and triple umlaut bands like Umlaut. Rock Collector. That's a pretty fucking diverse collection of music. I appreciate that. If there's an album you've been searching for, I might just have it. In return, I am in search of any weird, obscure bands to add to my library. Let me know, Rock Collector. Got any cybercore synth metal? As for what might interest you, I own a complete... I don't know how to say that word. Of this German punk band, Messerkampf. Heard of them? Hooksterama? Hooksterama? Messerkampf? Haha, they're so mainstream. They're really big in the JIS Beta Town. Really? Do they tour? Hooksterama? Nah, man, I don't think so. Those Burnley and anarchist bands never survived very long. Besides, I think they broke up a really long time ago. They're probably aging wage slaves now, and no idea that they're wildly popular on the other side of the planet. Rock Collector. Good to know that Dietrich's band is popular in the Hong Kong. Looking for Decker. Oh, again? Looking for experienced Decker for a discreet milk run, picking a very special access card off a wage slave. Potential for a long-term arrangement, or a team that's been together for years, running your basic heists and the occasional transport gig. We've got a reliable fixer and a long, happy list of clients. Requirements. You must not take experimental stims during runs. You must not tamper with chemicals in secret labs. You must have a good sense of humor. Gimme some new one. Oh, he is not having a good time. This is his third time. Knock knock. In extremis. Give me some new one. You said a good sense of humor. It's a joke, see? In extremis. At this point, we're actually more interested in hiring an experienced professional with a mature adult's impulse control. We've had some bad luck with our deckers lately. The last one had 2 left feet and couldn't seem to stop stumbling into containers full of volatile substances. Give me some new one. Paul runs with scissors. Although, by looking at her name, I guess we should have known Captain Scone. Or Scone. So, basically, you guys are desperate for a decker. Has anyone else contacted you in extremis? We can wait a little longer. Give me some new one. Meet me. You guys are starting to get a bad rap, you know. Jinxed in extremis. Oh boy. We're sunk, all of us swim. As some of you know, I have a keen interest in urban planning, geophysics, and anything involving our eventual and inevitable destruction. Appended in a recent summary on rising sea level in Hong Kong, it expresses the issue well in lay terms. Freedom Cowboy, you complained my post titles are a bit sterile. How's this one? White Prism. Article mirror the sinking of Hong Kong. From HK Newswire, Hong Kong's watery future. Images and external links redacted. The Joint Corporate Development Bureau has released a report on sea level rise in Hong Kong over the next 50 years. Since the year 2000, Hong Kong experienced 9 to 13 meters of water level rise. Varying by location, geologists cite a combination of Antarctic ice melting, the natural sinking of Hong Kong's artificial shorefronts, and forced subsidence caused by massive urban construction. Read more for Future of the City. Geologists predict a continued rise in water levels over the next 50 years, with slowing land subsidence being offset by the accelerating collapse of the Antarctic ice sheet. Quoting from government geologist or Mingxia, Dr. or Mingxia, with a 15 with up to 15 meters of subsidence expected over the or subsidence expected over the next half century, a large fraction of current Hong Kong will become submarine. Due to our population and small land base, abandonment of flooded land is no longer practical. Rigorous amphibious retrofitting of the city will need to continue. By 2100, the current coastal buildings will mostly rise from a canal environment. Focus on engineering to protect Hong Kong. Engineering studies indicate that major improvements will be necessary on the coastal seawalls and on Victoria Harbour's Shirang Wall, officially an anti-typhoon automated harbour defence jetty. Coastal protections will need to be raised by a half a metre per year to counteract the local effect of rising sea level and the worsening severity of super typhoons. The Development Bureau estimates this may cost 250 billion yuan over the next 5 decades. Climate models suggest that by 2100, storm surges impinging on Hong Kong shores may exceed 3 meters in height, and wind-driven waves during severe storms may reach 15 meters. End of article. White Prism. So we're going to be running jobs from gondolas in 50 years. That's the message. Give me some new one. When one does some simple financial modeling and extrapolates the worsening severity and frequency of super typhoons along with the geological outlook, the actual message is that it may be necessary to abandon Hong Kong. White Prism. WP, I take it back. Keep your sterile titles. What's so endearing about you is that you talk about the grimmest things like an accountant. Freedom Cowboy. Double entry accrual accounting is an amazing system. If more operators took an interest in it, they would have much better long-term financial security, as well as be better able to interpret and manipulate materials encountered during their work. White Prism. It's pretty ironic that your handle shortens to WP, which is which normally associated with white phosphorus. Hatch. Actually, Hatch, it's not. It's really not. Freedom Cowboy. White phosphorus is exceptionally useful, not merely because of its hypergolic ignition and the fact that once burning it is chemically immune to water quenching, but also because of its high adhesion and biotoxicity. I don't take pleasure in these qualities, but I appreciate them. White Prism. Cool. Merc Operative. Accessing BBS archives, please wait. See attached image, dated to late 2050. The human in the middle is Simon Zauer, a mercenary fixer in Macau. He's a known quantity. I'm interested in the elf on his left. Anybody recognize this guy? Okay. I don't know how to say that. Archaeopteryx? You're okay now. Your person of interest is Roald Hon, aka Whipsaw. He's not a merc, he's a corpo turned runner turned corpo. He's now a counter disruption advisor, currently under contract with Transys Neuronet. Zauer is just a broker, but I'm wondering what Whipsaw is doing with the third guy, the troll icebreaker. Blood Meridian. Icebreaker wasn't. I could be wrong here. Is Icebreaker the name of one of the runners that was in Ambrose's dialogue before, or am I misremembering? I'm confused now. It's either that or they were with someone else. It just sounds familiar. Blood Meridian. Icebreaker, he doesn't look like a Decker. Escape velocity. Icebreaker, as in as big as an icebreaker. The ship. He supposedly ran a paramilitary group for a while. Blood Meridian. I've heard of this guy. He vanished 6 years ago. His whole team went completely dark. They were called the Fleet. Word is they hit a big score and retired. Scry 00. Yo guys, I've got metadata on that Icebreaker's crew got wiped out. Only 2 survivors, and you won't find them. Tin Helmet. Tin Helmet, I'm tired of your weird ass rumors. Frenetics. Frenetics? Tin Helmet may be correct. One Fleet Associate, Estrada, posted on the BBS 6 times over the next year. Another Barley song was collected by Bounty Hunter. See attached image, White Prism. Thanks, White Prism, that's fucking awesome. We all really needed a picture of a woman shot in the face and slumped over a toilet. That isn't a gore board. This isn't a gore board. I swear you've got Asperger's or something. Frenetics. Fun. Rigger Doc. Accessing BBS archives. Please wait. Anybody get work done by an expat named Deleted? He rigs dockware out in Deleted, but I hear he's better than most autodocs. Hatch. Post-deleted Hatch. Read the rules, everybody. No calling out personal specifics or addresses of potentially active operators. Keep it to handles, generalities, and city sectors. At least 9 corporate bots are crawling the haven as we speak. White Prism. He's the real deal, yo. He's solid, and he's in with us. Tin Helmet. I'm sick of saying it. Anyone who gets Chrome installed by some hack running a dockware in a converted restroom deserves a horrible nerve degeneration they'll die from. Those guys saw you up, you'll pay for it. Floatable dockware can't replace a real surgeon, period. The tech isn't there yet. Vanisher. I've scoped out the doc in question. I'm gonna have to rain on your party hat. He's basically a family doc who moonlights doing basic cyber. Nice guy, but he's no hitter, just a big bullshitter. Okay. Okay, you don't know shit. Tin Helmet. No more posts. Kowloon Carbo. Accessing BBS archive, please wait. Car bombing in Kowloon City today near Salisbury and Nathan. Triad hit extremist Blood Meridian. The Triads don't usually use car bombs, and terrorists want a substantial blast to kick fragments. This one had a small explosive but burned like an oil well vanisher. Voila! HKPD report appended. One fatality. The driver, guy named Ripshot, burnt almost beyond identification. Amanita. Ripshot, he's a rigger. He rolls for the fleet. He's got a long enemies list. Crazy taste. No, crazy taste. I don't know why people keep associating the fleet and this Ripshot guy. The fleet's rigger is a Shenzhen guy called Chainlink. Yeah, Ripshot has a lot of enemies, but he's a cow foe croc shaman over in Kwantong, and he's not dead. Amanita. Several people have operated Hong Kong under the handle Ripshot in the last year. None of them are linked to the fleet, but that crew is known to spread misinformation about their composition, so who knows, Amanita? I see the body identification was made from limb DNA, a skull fragment, and the footage from a nearby CCT camera. White Prism. White Prism, Amanita, are you going to go conspiracy theory on us again? Escape velocity. No more posts in this thread. Cool. Go back. It says I have one unread message. I don't know where the unread message is. Okay. Chat with some peeps. Please, my friend, not now. We really must ready ourselves for the run on the Ares Asia holdings. I cannot and will not rest until my research has been recovered, and I'm afraid that you will find me a poor conversationalist until my goals have been achieved. Okay. Just double checking with peeps. I got you. Kevin is silent aside from the occasional swish of air as Gaichu steps through sword forms. He holds each stance for a few seconds, practicing a given swing a few times before switching to the next. Mellow red, a single bead of sweat rolls down Gaichu's temple as he holds his position. After a few moments, he shifts to a relaxed stance, starting the form again. Pardon me for continuing my exercises. I feel that I have been letting them slip of late. You worried you're getting rusty? No, that's not quite it. Rather, I wish to learn to bring my enhanced strength and speed to bear. In order to do so, I must ensure that my blindness does not hinder me. Perfection is a journey, not a destination. Gaichi lifts his sword, offering it edge first towards you. You see that edge, forged by one of the finest swordsmiths in modern Japan, diamond-coated edge, capable of cutting even the most hardened ceramic armors, but what good is a sharpened edge without the precision to apply it? When I was still a man, I could have cut a single pea in half with my eyes closed. Oddly, after becoming blind, I cannot replicate this feat. Running the back of a claw along the blade's surface, Gaichu smiles thinly. As I think soon I will be able to perform this feat again. I simply have to train my body to ignore the senses that it no longer has and pay attention to the new ones. Now, what is it you would like to discuss? Has it been difficult to learn to fight while blind? It is not the easiest thing I have attempted, but neither is it the hardest. Placing his sword off to one side, Gaichu turns to face you. Emptiness is form is one of the greatest lessons of the Hagakure. Trained sufficiently, and both swordsmanship and obedience will come instinctively. That is the closest to perfection a man can attain. I don't put a whole lot of stock of being obedient. What does that mean? That in a perfect world you would have killed yourself when you got infected? Yeah. Would you have killed yourself? If an order should be unjust or foolish, it should not be followed. To waste a skilled warrior as they would have by killing me is unacceptable. Obedience without a thought is to be cultivated, but so is the moral fortitude to know when to disagree. When I was new to the unit, I thought that to be a good samurai was the ultimate goal, that to serve justly with dedication was the greatest honor a warrior could have. We were all young and foolish once, I suppose. There's probably a place for that kind of obedience somewhere. That kind of ideology only serves the powerful. So what changed your mind? Beyond my disease, there was a fight in Fukuoka. My former team ambushed me. It had a singular effect on my worldview. Okay. We were taught that we were superior to everyone, that since we were pure humans and Japanese, we always we would always win. I believe that most never questioned the validity of this claim, even when confronted with direct evidence to the contrary. Any thoughts about the last run? Tell me about when your old unit ambushed you. Very well. Gaichu draws his nails over his scalp, sighing. My time in Fukuoka was tense since leaving Kaihanshin. I had been careful to stay out of sight by moving on foot or in the back of automated delivery vans. I was running out of food, however, and I needed to be in a city for that. Fukuoka is just big enough to get lost in, but not so large that a ghoul sighting could go unnoticed. I hid in abandoned buildings and storm drainage systems, and for 2 weeks I managed to stay hidden. The strain of having to constantly move was wearing on me, however, I made a mistake. What happened? I had to get out of Japan, but all my contacts in Fukuoka had come up empty handed when I asked for a way to China. I was running low on money, and I could feel the team catching up with me. A contact of mine in Kumamoto owed me a favor and arranged passage for me if I could reach the city in 48 hours. Gaichu closes his eyes, resting his face in one palm. If I had taken my time, I could have made it to Kumamoto without incident, but I let caution slip when I got his email. I thought that if I disguised myself, I could take the train there, get out before my unit got any closer to finding me. I still don't know how they found me, magical tracking perhaps, or simply a well-developed spy network. Regardless, they found me, they were waiting for me at Hakata Station. It was an ambush. That's a very public place for an ambush. It is. I suspect their orders were clear, however, do whatever it takes to kill me, civilians expendable. For units like the Red Samurai, ordinary laws do not apply. The mission's success is the only concern. I had taken steps to disguise myself as best I could, relying on the sheer number of people to conceal my presence. I suspected that the team might attack while I was in public, but I did not realize just how expendable the civilians were. When they blew the C4 charges over the station's western entrance just to box me in, I realized how much I had underestimated them. I assumed that a train had derailed, honestly, but when I smelled the telltale acrid vapor of the explosives, Kaichi wrinkles his nose at the memory. Once you smell it, you never forget it. The plastic explosive that we use has a particularly sharp odor, like old cheese, something to do with an olfactory tangent added to help track if it's stolen. I remember stumbling through the dust and debris trying to find my way to the rail platforms. They attacked from all sides, using the confusion to strike at once. I heard Ishida and Takegawa. Hi Emily, how you doing? Behind me, Amori and Sasaki charged out of an access corridor just ahead of where I had been standing. Sasaki threw a firewall behind me, cutting off retreat while Aomori started firing. Thought the stream got ended and doing good. What do you mean? Did the stream drop out? Sounds like you didn't have much of a choice but to defend yourself. It's a nasty situation to be caught in. Sounds like you didn't have much of a choice but to defend yourself. Gaichu nods, lips pursed. Yes, that is so. Training took over. I knew I had to survive, and I was not thinking of anything but survival, so I charged Sasaki and Naomori. Yeah, I thought it had ended earlier. Oh. It's still saying that I've been going for 2 hours, so I don't know. Are we having technical difficulties again? That's awkward. Give me 2 seconds. I'll have a quick look. No, it hasn't dropped out by the look of it. Interesting. Did drop out yesterday. Yeah, I saw that. Never mind. Hope all is good so far. Yeah, it's going fine. Mostly been doing NPC stuff because there is a lot between missions. There were only 15 meters. Nice, glad to hear that. Yeah. They were only 15 meters away from me. The only advantage I had was that they were blinded by the dust as I was, but I could still hear and smell them. Sasaki threw a lightning bolt at me, but I managed to roll under it. As I came up, and Mori's light machine gun was swiveling down. I felt time stretch out as I stared down the barrel. I caught Amori in the throat with the tip of my sword. It was a maneuver I'd practiced hundreds of times before. There was no resistance as I cut through his trachea, and he fell as I rolled to the side. I could hear him choking for breath as he dropped. Gaichu exhales a cumulus laugh and shakes his head. It's strange to think how clear that memory is even now. He was your friend, that kind of thing will stick with you. When the adrenaline is pumping, you form memories with more clarity. Yeah. What's done is done. You survived. That's all. That's what matters. He was your friend. That kind of thing will stick with you. Gaichu snorts, waving a hand dismissively. Spare me the 2 nuance psychiatry. Obviously, what you say is true, but the memory sticks with me so strongly for another reason. It was in that strike that I realized who I truly was. My whole time with the Red Samurai, had focused on ensuring that I was worthy of the team. Everyone felt that way, but I felt it more acutely than most. I have always wanted to be the best, the fastest, the most precise. In the Red Samurai, I felt that to be less than perfect would be to let the team down. We were always told how lucky we were to have been accepted into the unit. The moment my sword struck Aomori, I knew that I would not survive. I would survive the night. They attacked me as they would an animal. They seemed to be counting on herding me into Takegawa and Ishida. Aomori didn't even try to get out of the way of my sword strike. I recall his eyes going wide. He looked surprised that I was using a weapon and not my claws. They underestimated you. Gaichu nods sharply. They thought they were fighting a beast. I would never had underestimated them as they did me. All the lessons I taught them about close combat thrown out the window as soon as their preconceptions entered the battlefield. Disgraceful. As I killed Aomori, I realized that it was not that I was unworthy of the Red Samurai, but they were unworthy of me. Okay. What did I mean that I... What did it mean that I, an infected monster that was less than a beast, could still defeat the finest soldiers in the world? Red Samurai Doctrine taught Aomori and the others not to fear me, and this overconfidence would be their death. I realized I had progressed beyond their ability to understand. My sword was accurate as ever, but they could not account for it due to ideological blindness. That is the danger of letting ideology overrule facts. You think becoming a ghoul made you a better warrior. Other units wouldn't have made that mistake. You think becoming a ghoul made you a better warrior? Can you deny it? I could fight as well as when I was a man, but with eyes that had been open to the hypocrisy of what Renraku had taught us. They taught us the lessons that made us useful tools. They do not want independent soldiers, but obedient ones. Sasaki was next to fall. As I turned away from Aomori, I realized she must have seen me strike. Her eyes were wide, and I could feel her fear and anger as she tried to summon another spell. She seemed caught between healing Aomori and attacking me. Gaichu taps himself on the forehead just above his right eye. It was there on Sasaki, a downward stroke from Joden's stance. She had hesitated, just as Aomori had. I felt the breath go out of her like someone had deflated a tire. She just slid down into a pile. I think she was trying to ask me how when I ran. What about Ishida and Takagawa? My goal was survival, not victory. Takagawa was too far away, and I did not see Ishida. I only smelled him, so I ran. The trains had been shut down due to the explosion, but as long as I could get out of Hakata Station, I knew I could escape. They did not follow me out into the city proper. From what I heard via the Matrix, the event was reported as a terrorism attack that was thwarted by brave Renraku soldiers. Gaichu snorts, lips curling downward. Brave, foolish soldiers. If you killed two of them, why are they still hunting you? Gaichi does not answer immediately. He seems uneasy with the question, fidgeting with his fingers. I am unsure why that would make a difference. Can you explain what you are driving at? The unit is down 3 members. Why not give up on you? If you train with your unit so extensively, won't it be impossible to replace the ones you killed? Thanks for the lurk, Emily. Enjoy in the meantime. If you train with your unit so extensively, won't it be impossible to replace the ones you killed? I see. I think your mistake is in seeing this from a practical perspective. The problem is emotional, not mechanical. Most welcome. Have a good time as well. Thank you. And take care. You too, lovely. Holding his arms over his chest, Gaichu continues to explain. The nature of the Red Samurai assignments is such that losses are generally 0 or the entire team. In those rare cases when Red Samurai teams suffer partial losses, the remnants of the impacted teams are shuffled together and undergo retraining. Sasaki and Aomori will undoubtedly be replaced. The problem is that I cannot be replaced. Simply put, I am not dead. Ordinarily, a missing Red Samurai would be considered dead for purposes of reorganizing teams, but Renraku knows precisely what has happened to me. What's more, my failure to do my duty reflects badly on the unit. Others will undoubtedly resist joining my former squad, as it has been tainted. Uh, that's a strange way to organize a military unit. So until they kill you, nobody wants to join their club. Now I see why they won't stop hunting me. Okay. I'm just gonna go with now I see why they won't stop hunting you. Exactly. Until they can remove the stain on their honor, they are unable to move forward. I have trapped them in the past, and they feel that the only recourse is to take my life. Gaichu spreads his hands helplessly. This is the trap of their duty. They have hunted me in Japan, Shanghai, and Beijing, and now I am certain they hunt me here in Hong Kong. The cycle will continue endlessly for the foreseeable future. Such is the way of things. Um, you sound as trapped in the past as they are. Wouldn't it be easier if you faced them down rather than run? How do you mean? I have faced them several times in the past, Fukuoka and in Shanghai. Unless you have a deeper meaning I am unaware of, I have already done as you suggest. Um, you're capable of striking back at them. Why aren't more of them dead? You're simply letting them come to you, take the fight to them. One way or another, this will end with either you or them dead. You've got to take action. What do you believe I have been doing? Gaichi's face twists in annoyance. Certainly, I have not been allowing them to attack me out of goodwill. If you're as good as you claim, you should have been able to finish this by now. You define yourself by your opposition to your old life. I think sentimentality has left you unable to finish them off. You define yourself by your opposition to your old life. What? Blinking a few times, Gaichu leans closer to you. I am unsure that I clearly understand your meaning. Can you explain yourself more clearly? Think about it. You get to live as the Ronin Red Samurai unfairly cast out by his unit. Ah, you believe that absent that opposition, I would have little to define myself. That's a very cheap philosophy, Red, and unworthy of you. Prove me wrong. Who are you without your unit? What have you accomplished other than simply surviving? Hmm. Prove me wrong. What are you without? Who are you without your unit? Drawing himself off and puffing out his chest, Gaichu glares at you. You tell me, what do you see? I am the creature that stands in front of you. What is it that I am, in your opinion? That's a cop-out answer, and you know it. A free man who can choose to live as he pleases. Shadowrunner, just like the rest of us. A free man who can choose to live as he pleases. Yes, that is what I am, so why is it that you do not accept that this is what I am doing? I seek to perfect myself, my skills, and my abilities in combat. Perhaps this is not the path I would have walked when I was younger, but I have been a soldier for so long that I cannot imagine devoting myself to any other trade. This does not mean I am tied inextricably to my unit. It simply means I am shaped by my history, as are we all. I appreciate your concern about my history and my unit, but I assure you I am doing alright. I must learn to adapt to my new condition and lifestyle of my own. The time will come when they find me in Hong Kong. What does perfecting yourself mean to you anyway? I do not know. I am certain that sounds like an evasion, but it is not. There is no roadmap for being a ghoul who is also a freelance killer. I only know that my instincts are stronger now than they were when I was an ordinary man. Because of this, I must learn to make my own way in this world. There is no older teacher for me to reach for. Aichu suddenly cocks his head. This is why. Is this why you are concerned about my history with the Red Samurai? It's hard to break old training, especially in times of crisis. I just want to make sure nobody comes gunning for us while our attention is elsewhere. Of course, I want you to make the most of your new life. I just want to make sure nobody comes gunning for us while our attention is elsewhere. Of course, I want you to make the most of your new life. Let's go with that. Kaichi blinks several times, his surprise evident. That is remarkably kind of you, Red. Were this a year or more ago, I would not believe you. After having seen how you handled the Wempoans, however, I do. I am no longer simply a man. This is a fact of my life. I am beyond that. I do not know if I am better for it, but I know that I am different for it. The fact that I am different, however, cannot be denied. I put a question to you then. If you had been changed into a ghoul, what would you do? How would you improve yourself and learn to live with your condition? Um, I wouldn't forget what it means to be human. I'd make the best use of my new abilities, change its power. I have no idea. That's a road I can't even consider. I've never been in your position. Hmm. I think option 2 is probably the most honest. I'd make the best use of my new abilities, change its power. This is how I see things as well. If I am to exceed my previous abilities, I must learn to make use of my new body and understand its limitations. Without that, I will simply be a shadow of who I once was. Fair. Ugh, big stretch. The changes are not only physical, as I mentioned before, my mind is more instinctive now, and reasoning is more difficult. I tend to react quickly without thought, but that also generally will turn the tide in my favor. Raichu squares himself, nodding several times as if agreeing with his own internal dialogue. Warriors must learn to push their body and soul to the utmost limit. So too it is with me, but my body and soul are no longer that of a man. I must learn to use these differences as an advantage rather than a handicap. Perfection is not a destination, it is a journey. One must strive to become the purest form of oneself. That purest form of oneself that one can be. So what will you do about your unit when they come looking for you in Hong Kong? I am unsure. You have given me a great deal to consider, and I do not mean that lightly. There are several actions and possible outcomes I foresee. I could, as I have before, relocate to another city, flee Hong Kong, travel to somewhere further afield, Lagos perhaps, or Montreal. It would have to be someplace where when Raku's influence was minimal and where the unit's presence would be immediately noticeable. It has been my plan of action in the past. I could also keep a low profile, staying here, hope that they are unable to find precisely where I am. Sorry, where I am hiding. Undoubtedly, Ishida would command the team to keep looking. I believe it would only be a matter of time before they found me, but if it were a sufficiently long time, they might be recalled. I could also confront them, draw them out into the open at a time and place of my choosing. They are nothing if not predictable in their efforts to follow Red Samurai operational doctrine. The plan could succeed, but it could also put you and civilians at risk. I am unsure how I would draw them out in the first place. Need to find a way to fight them. There's nothing wrong with hiding out. Bide your time and get out of Hong Kong after they get complacent. You need to find a way of fighting them. Honestly, as soon as they're gone, that's an entire problem that just you no longer have to think about. Well, yeah. Gaichi sighs, shoulders slumping a little. I am sure if that is the wisest course of action. I'm going to need to think about this a great deal. Please let me think on this. I will have an answer later. Sure thing. I'll talk to you later. Alright. Bunk? Sleep. You awaken from a blank, featureless sleep, sweat soaked and starving. You feel uneasy, but you can't say why. Groggily, you heave yourself out of bed. Fun! It's know that that's getting worse. Yeah, upstairs. Isabel. Isabel half turns away from the octopus main display. She looks up at you, blinking. The memory stick that you acquired from Rhombus has already been slotted into one of the computer's many expansion ports. The cherry red plastic that sheets the stick looks slick and wet in the light. You did good back there. The run went well. Her eyes flit down to the memory stick. We got the stick, the key to my old memories. All I have to do now is slot it. Any thoughts about that last run? Yeah, of course I've got thoughts, but I've got thoughts. It was my run, right? She pauses for a moment and, thank you for coming with me. I mentioned it, it was fun. Don't know if I'd call it that, but we got what we came for, that's something. Anything else you wanted to know? You haven't unlocked your old memories yet? No, not yet. I mean, I can. It'd be as simple as plugging myself in and tapping the key. My old memories are all mine if I want them. But you're not sure if you want sure that you want them. She nods. That's about the shape of it. I'm feeling hesitant about this. It isn't easy, you know, shifting organic memories into hardware storage, wiping the originals, locking them away for safekeeping. That's corporate level mind sculpting serious business. So the process was difficult. What does that matter? Locking the files away was important to you. I got that. I'm assuming that there's a point to all this. Locking the files away was important to you. I got that. Very important. Important. If it wasn't, I wouldn't have let an amateur tinker with my brain in the corner of a derelict shopping mall. Whatever I've got up there, I was desperate to get rid of it. Makes a girl wonder why. Tell me, Isabel, would it have been easier for you to have Rhombus just wipe the memories altogether? None of this changes the fact that we just risked our lives to get you that key. If what's locked away in there can help us, you need to bite the bullet and access it. Tell me, Isabel, would it have been easier for you to have Rhombus just wipe the memories altogether? She blinks. Yes, much easier. Still not without risk, but you didn't do that. You had him move the memories into storage. Why? There is a long pause because I knew that one day I might need you. And today is that day. We need information on the walled city and whatever's locked away up there could help. Were you wrong about that? You tell me. So, why are we even talking about this? You made a decision twice already. Once when you had the memories moved into storage, and again when you took us on a run to get the key. Hmm. Today is that day. We need information on the walled city, and whatever's locked away up there could help. That seems really forced. Were you wrong about that? You tell me. No, damn it, of course I wasn't, but you don't have to be so glib about it. uh... Damn you, Final Fantasy 14. Another long pause. Isabel stares at her feet, thinking. Finally, she looks back up at you. You're right, I know that. I knew it before we went to get the code. I just needed to talk through it with someone, not Gobbet, someone who could take the situation seriously. I needed to talk through it with you. Glad to be of help. Well, now that you've had your pep talk, let's get this show on the road. Hey, that's what I'm here for. Yeah, hey, that's what I'm here for. Without another word, she pulls a cable from the pile on the floor and slots it into her data jack. The other end disappears into one of the octopus's many brains. Her fingers fly across the octopus's keyboard, rattling off a series of audible clicks. Finally, her thumb hovers over the execute key. Alright, Red. Wish me luck. The key depresses with an audible click. Isabel's eyes flutter and her cheeks flush with blood. Oh, no. No, 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 no. She starts shaking her head from side to side, wringing her hands, a process bar on the octopus's auxiliary monitor slowly climbs. Oh, fuck. Okay. Reach to pull the plug connecting Isabel to the octopus. What's happening, Isabel? Are you okay? Process bar climbs to 100. Isabel snatches the cable back out of her data jack, covers her eyes with her hands. She's shivering. I, uh, she clutches her temples in the palms of her hands. Now I remember why I didn't want these anymore. Bad stuff, huh? Are you alright? These are your memories, Isabel. You can handle them. Not like this, I can't. These are years of bad memories, all let out of the box at once. It's overwhelming. It's horrible. I want it to stop. I can't. I can remember things that happened to friends of mine, to relatives, things that I watched happen. No. It's okay, Isabel. Breathe. They're just memories. They can't handle this. Sorry, they can't hurt you. You've got this, Is. You're strong. Believe it. Is there anything I can do? It's okay, Isabel. They're just memories. They can't hurt you. Yes, they can. Her voice is ragged, raw. These memories are crystal clear. It's like all of this shit happened yesterday. I can remember watching friends die. I can see their screaming faces just as clearly as I did the day that it happened. It's like watching a Trid show, but it's my life and it's real. Isabel, focus. Is there anything in there that can help us? She screws her eyes shut in concentration. Beads of sweat hang heavy on her brow. I think so, yes. It'll take time for me to sift through all of this. She opens her eyes again, looks up at you. I'll hold on to these memories for as long as I can, hopefully long enough to reveal something useful. No promises beyond that, though. I'm not asking for promises, just do your best. She gives you a weak half smile. I always do. One thing that does jump out at me, Rhombus archives some software up here. She taps her temple with a fingernail. It's sitting on top of the memories, all wrapped up like a present. Don't know why he did it, but it looks like a combat package. Combat package, you say? My interest is officially piqued. Why would he have done that? Why would he have done that? Beats the hell out of me. He put it in there when he locked my memories away, so maybe he was trying to stash it. Or maybe he knew I'd need it one day. It's a basic attack modification. I think I'm gonna have to study it to be sure, but I think I can use it. There's some good news. Can't wait to see it in action. This run worked out even better than I thought it would. There's some good news. Yeah, it's all very exciting, but for now, just give me some space, okay? She turns away, shivering. Like I said, it's gonna take time for me to make sense of this stuff. Alright, I'll check back with you later. She waves you away. Good. Go now. Scarlet looks up from her hot plate at the sound of your approach. A smile creases her face. She raises her eyebrows and gestures at the cabin around you. You know, the vault hall has really been shaping up over the past few days. With all the work that we've been putting into her, she's starting to feel like a real home. Anyway, enough about the boat. She puts her hands on her hips, sending madness scurrying. Ready for your next lesson, or did you just want to chat? Ready for my next lesson. Yeah? She smiles. That's good. I was hoping that you'd want to keep going with this. It's good for you, and I'm kind of enjoying it too. Gobbet runs a hand through the knotted ropes of her hair, a contemplative look on her face. A moment later, she turns her attention back to you. Alright, this is going to be another long story, so I'm thinking we should take it in chunks. So, if you've got any questions, you can ask them along the way, and if you need to take a break, we can come back to it. Sound good? Sure, sounds good. Good. So last time I told you about the event that brought an end to my illustrious career as a subcontractor. This time, I'm going to tell you about a run that I went on with my regular team. Was this where you started running with Isabel? No, this was long before Iz hit the streets as a runner. We were friends and everything, but she was still learning to deck back then. She was good for her age, but she wasn't ready for prime time. You don't know anyone from the group that I'm talking about, they're all gone now anyway. Wait, you've lost 3 other teams before you hooked up with me. Sorry. You've had a rough career, haven't you? Yeah, I guess I have, but I'm still alive. That's something. Puts me ahead of a lot of other runners I've known. The truth of the matter is, as runners, dying on the job is an occupational hazard. We're disposable assets. It shouldn't come as a surprise when we get used up and tossed away. It was the same way in the Barrens. Here today, gone tomorrow. That's a little grim. Hey, nobody lives forever. We all get flushed down the same chute in the end. It was the same way in the Barrens. Here today, gone tomorrow. Yeah, you know how it is. People die and it's sad, but there's no sense in moping about it. Tell me about the team you were running with. How did you meet this group of yours? Few mutual friends. We actually all lived together before we decided to start running as a team. There was this floating squatters commune out in Hung Hom Bay. It's probably still there, actually. I haven't been back in a long time, but I spent a few years living on the thing, and the rest of the team lived there with me. Okay, just gonna have a drink. One sec. Alright. So, squatters commune. You lived on what? A raft? Squatters commune? She nods. Yep, we called it the sinking ship. It was like an enormous raft, all bolted together from old shipping containers. Wasn't the most comfortable place I've ever lived, but the price was right and the company was good. Tell me about the team you were running with. Sure. She extends a hand so she can count off teammates on her fingers. Madness scurries down her sleeve and perches on her forearm. Our muscle was a Hawaiian Jew with poor impulse control, big round guy with lumberjack arms and ringlets in his hair. Called himself Honu. Guess that he loved turtles. I don't know. Street names are weird. We had a tech specialist, Egret. She was tall, gawky, dyed her hair bone white. She had a drone named Arlo that followed her around like a lost puppy. She was kind of a jack of all trades, but she could get the job done. Fun at parties too. Our de facto team leader was a guy named Sui. Or Sui? I don't know. He was a wiry troll, if you can imagine that. Probably about 2% body fat, all skin and bones. Walking with a hunch to make himself look smaller, he was a shaman, followed rat like me. Sounds like an interesting group of people. There can't be many troll rat shamans out there. Not that I've met, but Sui seemed like a really good guy. We got along fine. I actually really liked everyone on the team. They were a lot of fun to run with. Okay, I think I've got the grasp on the team dynamic. Keep going. I'd like to hear more about the sinking ship. Let's hold off on that for a little bit, okay? I'd like to get through the rest of the story before we spend any more time on the raft. After your lesson is over, I'll tell you whatever you want to know about the commune, but for now, I'd rather not get sidetracked. Okay, I think I got the grasp on the team dynamic. Keep going. She nods. Alright, moving on. One day, Sui brought us a job. He'd met a client in a Victoria Harbour bar, a rich Eastern Tiger exec. The guy wanted us to steal something for him, a shiny object. She raises her hand. I know, it's stupid, right? But that was how the Johnson described it to us, the shiny object. That was what he wanted us to get. He never gave it any other name. Okay, seriously, a rat shaman hired to steal a shiny object? Yeah, you can see how the gig would be hard for us to resist. That's pretty good. Anyway, the client told us what to look for. He described it as a chunk of red jade about the size and shape of an ostrich egg, with a mirror polished surface and gold wire inlays. He said that it'd have paper charms hanging off it, food talismans, Taoist sorcery stuff. We weren't supposed to touch those. The client also told us about the shiny objects. Then owner, an old hedge wizard turned entrepreneur named Kong Shuang? Shiyuang? I don't know. Hedge wizard. And where was he supposed to be keeping the thing? So were you supposed to steal a crystal ball from a wizard, essentially? Hedge wizard? He had the whole wise old sage thing going on. He had the robes, the little hat, the kind smile. Oh, and the piece de resistance, a long, wispy beard. He was mean as a snake, though he had a rep to prove it. Intel said that the old man, Juan, was keeping the shiny object in one of his warehouses. He had a bunch of them. He'd built himself a nice little empire selling magical paraphernalia through puppet vendors in the Yao Ma Te night market. Supposedly a good fifth of sales in that place were on Juan's payroll. Yeah, what kind of magical paraphernalia are we talking about? Ugh. She begins counting off examples on her fingers. Pickled reagents in mason jars, hermetic scrolls and charms, relics looted from Buddhist temples, crates of old Balinese Rangda masks, and fist-sized stones from the great dragon's kidney. From a great dragon's kidney. Juan sold it all. How he got his hands on it in the first place is anyone's guess. Huh. Some of that stuff sounds valuable. Yeah, I'm sure that it was. Most of it was crap though, fakes and forgeries to sell to gullible tourists. Sifting the good stuff from the bad would have taken time, and we weren't planning on sticking around long enough to do that. Fair enough. So we cased the warehouse for a couple nights before the run, did some recon, took some notes. From what we'd seen, we were pretty sure that Juan was keeping our payday in vault area at the very back of the building. Security was pretty heavy though. He was paying a local triad for protection, and he kept a lot of their boys on staff. Sue was the one who came up with the plan. We'd split up outside, enter the warehouse in two teams. Team A would create a diversion, Team B would hit the vault while security was looking the other way. We'd grab our payday, regroup, and get the hell out of there. Seems straightforward enough. How did it work out? That's pretty much what I'd have done in your place. In my experience, splitting the group is almost always more trouble than it's worth. Yeah, in my experience, splitting the group is almost always more trouble than it's worth. I'd agree with you if we were going in expecting a straight fight, but as a Shadowrunner, you should almost never want to get into one of those. When you're on a job, you're always gonna be outnumbered and outgunned. Going quiet is inherently safer than going loud, as splitting the group is what it takes to do that. She shrugs. Anyway, Team A, Honu and Egret circled around the loading dock just like we'd planned. Sue and I waited by the service entrance. We didn't have to wait long. A couple of minutes in, we heard this ungodly crash, then another and another. As it turns out, Egret had rigged into Juan's network of automated forklifts. She had 6 of them running amok in the loading dock, chasing down workers and crashing themselves into anything marked fragile. Sounds like a good time. Subtle. Next time we're on a run with a loading dock, remind me about the forklift trick. It's awesome, right? A dreamy smile spreads across her face. Egret really outdid herself. I wish that I could have been there to see it. Egret's distraction did what it was supposed to, as Sue and I watched most of the triad guys at the service entrance abandon their post and went hauling off toward the loading dock. A couple guys with baseball bats stayed back, but we handled them easily enough. We slipped inside and made a beeline for the back of the warehouse where the shiny object was supposed to be. And did you find it there? Let me guess, something went wrong. We weren't kidding about this being a long story. Can we call it here and maybe come back to this later? And did you find it there? Yeah, actually it was there. Just like we thought it'd be. The door was open and everything. The shiny object was sitting there in a teak cradle, gleaming with reflected light, just like the client had said. It had a ring of Taoist talismans hanging off it like a grass skirt, the paper all crinkled with age. We didn't waste any time. I reached in and grabbed the thing. It felt strange through my gloves. The jade sort of pulsed as if it had a heartbeat. That sounds ominous. Yeah, tell me about it. I wanted to drop the thing, but it was our payday, so I slipped it into my satchel instead. I couldn't get the flap closed quickly enough. The package. Yeah, I couldn't get the flap closed quickly enough. The package being secure, Sue and I turned to hightail it out of there, and then things went to shit. Did you run into more security? Did the shiny object do something unpredictable? Yeah, did the shiny object do something unpredictable? No, not the shiny object. Old man Juan. He was standing there right in front of us, larger than life. I'm guessing that when he heard the commotion in the loading dock, he'd come running, well, waddling, to make sure that his treasure was safe. As it turns out, it wasn't because I'd already stolen the thing. He looked displeased. What did you do? What do you think we did? We had our backs to a wall. We lit up the old bastard. Sorry, we lit the old bastard up. It was pretty epic, truth be told. Spirits were summoned, spells were discharged, the vault door sealed behind Juan like something out of a movie. At one point, the old man leapt onto Sui's back and tried to bite his ear off. What? I won't bore you with the play-by-play of how the fight went down. In the end, we crushed him. Unfortunately, the fighting had caused some collateral damage. At some point during our showdown with Juan, the control panel for the vault door must have eaten an arc of lightning or the blast of a powerball. It was toast, all black and melted, and neither of us could fix it. So you were trapped in the vault? Yeah, that's about the size of it. And it was only a matter of time before the old man's remaining security guys found us in there. There was there was still one way out, a ventilation duct up high in the rafters, but it was too small for Sui to fit through. He was a troll after all. I had the shiny object, but if I left Sui there and security got him, well, you do the math. So, here's the conundrum. I've got your payday in my satchel. The team is split. It's inevitable that more Triad 49ers are going to find us, but we don't know when or how many. Egret and Honu are holding their own in the loading dock for now. I can stay with Sui and help fight off the inevitable weight of Triad 49ers, but we'll be badly outmatched, like, badly. Odds of survival won't look good for either of us. If Egret weren't pinned down in the loading dock, she could probably get the vault door open, but in order to get her, I'll have to leave Sui alone in the vault. If Zuan's reinforcements find Sui before I get back with Egret, well, she uses her thumb to draw a line across her neck. So that's the scenarios. Seattle, not a lot of work, not a lot to work with, I know. Now tell me, what should I do? Stick with Sui and try to hold off security reinforcements until Honu and Egret can free themselves up and come help. Well, you've got a dangerous magical artifact in your pouch, right? I think I'd try to use it. Take the gamble and go for Egret. It's the plan with the best chance of success. You've got a payday in your pouch. I'd have cut my losses, climbed into the vent, and bailed. I don't know. I feel like it's one or three are the optimal options. But two is funny. Um, think I'm gonna go with 1. Stick with Sui. Try to hold off security reinforcements until Honu and Egret can free themselves up and help. She sighs. Yeah, guess I could have done that. Maybe it would have worked. More likely, we'd both have gotten gunned down in the vault, but who knows? This is the 6th world. Miracles happen every day. Anyway, that wasn't what I did. I saw what I thought could be a way to save the day, so I went ahead and took it. I fished the shiny object out of my bag. I still remember how the tower's talismans that ringed the thing crinkled in my hands. I remember shrugging, saying, the hell with it. I put the thing in Sui's bare hands and told him to go nuts. Oh, okay. Oh, it was almost like Sui had been waiting for me to pass him the thing. He seemed eager to take it. He hugged that chunk of rock to his chest like a newborn baby. Colors swam in the stone and something changed in his eyes. Then old man Zuan's 49ers breached the door and Sui unleashed hell. She pauses, frowning, stops scratching Folly, and uses her hand to rub her eyes. Finally, she turns back to you. A sour look pinches her features. What went down in that room? Well, I've only seen that kind of carnage a couple times in my life, and I've been running the shadows for years. Those triad men were torn to scraps by the end of it. Don't think I'll ever forget the sounds that they made. She clears her throat. I spent most of the fight huddled up in the corner for my own safety. What Sui let loose from the stone didn't seem terribly interested in discriminating between friend and foe. What do you mean by that? Did he summon a hostile spirit? Did he summon hostile spirits or something? What do you mean by that? Did he summon? Yeah. Something like that. Truth be told, I don't know what they were. Like I said, I was hiding, but he couldn't have done it without the shiny object, not in a million years. Whatever they were, the rock brought them here. So what happened then? She shrugs. We waited for things to calm down in the vault, and for things to go slithering away. I think Sui had some limited control over them, which is why they didn't eat us. After they were gone, Sui gave me the shiny object back. I put it in my satchel and we bailed. We collected the others on the way out. They were blissfully ignorant of what had happened. On the other side of the warehouse, I didn't see reason to change that. We hightailed it back. Sorry. We hightailed it back to the docks and caught the first boat back to the sinking ship. Mission accomplished. Gobbet looks away again, stares off into space. From what I'm told, people still avoid Juan's warehouse like the plague. It's supposed to be haunted, even to this day. People who set foot in the building keep turning up dead. Pretty sure I'm one of the only living people who knows why. Abruptly, her body language changes. Anyway, that's it. Lesson over. If you've got any questions, go ahead. Gobbet, was there a point to this story? I'm trying to find a moral here. There was when I started telling it. I thought I was going to tell you to be comfortable with breaking the rules. I don't think I'm going to say that now, though. I'm not feeling it anymore. Why not? At least your team made it out of this run alive. They didn't stay that way for long. Let's leave that for next time, huh? I don't want to get into it just now. Okay. Can you tell me more about the sinking ship? Yeah, sure. The story's over, so we can get into it. I moved onto the sinking ship when I was a kid. I think I was 12, maybe 13 years old at the time. In the beginning, it was just me and a couple of rat shaman friends, Cadmus and Malvina. They were older, but they were always cool to me. Okay. Did your friends build the raft? Is it typical for groups of rat shamans to congregate like that? The raft seems like a funny choice of homes for a bunch of street shamans. Is it typical for groups of rat shamans to congregate like that? Not terribly, no. I mean, we have lodges, same as any other group of shamans. You can usually find a few of us hanging out in those. I guess that there were just there was just something special about our little group, or maybe about the sinking ship. We liked it. We felt at home there. Didn't hurt that the sinking ship was well stocked with and provisioned when we found it either. And don't look at me like that. It was abandoned when we took it. Abandoned? There was a team of Shadowrunners that lived on the thing before us, but they bid it on a job. Cat and Mal heard the knock of opportunity, and they claimed the raft for Rat in record time. Taking over the sinking ship wasn't an easy job, mind you. The previous owners had installed traps and automated defenses all over the raft. Cad had his hands full with those for a month. Okay. What kind of traps are we talking about here? She shrugs. The usual stuff: explosives, pot turrets, that kind of thing. Cad and his sister Yasmin took care of most of it without too much trouble. The biggest problems were the scuttling charges. The runners who built the raft had installed these explosives all along the perimeter that had ripped the bottom out of the thing if it were ever seized by the police. The explosives were tricky to deal with. Cad was able to disarm them, but he had to leave them where they were. It was always just slightly uncomfortable knowing that I was sleeping on top of a couple of 100 pounds of dormant explosives. Yeah, I can't blame you there. She shrugs. Yeah, hey, like I said, it was free. There weren't really even any rules to follow, which suited me fine. Malvina was sort of the leader of our little nest, but we never really listened to her. She was always trying to play the mum card, instill a sense of responsibility into us. It was cute. She did have a propensity for getting things done, though. I have to give her that. Stupid nose. Anyway, after a few months, other people started showing up. Squatters, homeless people, shadowrunners, and assorted crazies. As long as they stayed cool with us, we were cool with them. Eventually, it became a community. Imagine that. I think you wound up squatting. Up. Oh my god. I think you wound up squatting on the bolt hole because of your time on the sinking ship. Stranger things have happened. Yep, first one. I don't know, maybe. Never really thought about it before, but yeah, maybe. The corner of her mouth curls upward. I guess that I'm a water rat now. Let's take a break and come back to this later. Of course, like I said, it's a long story, so was there anything else you wanted to talk about? That's all for now, Gobbet. Yeah, hey Seattle, I'm sorry that the lesson wound up getting a little unfocused at the end. I'm not really sure what came over me. Happens to the best of us. It's cool, don't worry about it. Truth be told, I don't know how many more of these lessons I can take. Happens to the best of us. Well, I still feel bad about it, so look, I'll make you a deal. Your next lesson will definitely be on point, and I'll tell you what it's about up front. No more question and answer sessions. How's that sound? Fine by me, Gobbet. Catch you next time. She waves. Next time. Okay. I think that's everyone that I can actually talk to. Oh, wait, Duncan. Ah. You enter to find Wu stalking the floor silently, one hand held rigidly near his hip, the other flexing and unflexing again and again. When he notices you, he nods once and goes back to his caged panther routine. You're gonna wear a hole in the floor that way. Wu keeps pacing. Need something? Yeah, a drink. Looks like you could use one too. I need to know that you're not going to go on a rampage soon. Are you going to be okay? Yep, just trying to maintain pacing helps. And thinking about Josephine Sang, what she did to our family, what she did to Carter. His pace increases a bit and his tusks jut forward slightly. Josephine Sang, goddamn Josephine Sang. Alright. And don't fixate on her woo. We'll find a way to get her, Duncan. Um, and how I'm going to make her pay for it. All that thinking and pacing, and that's all you came up with? That you're going to make her pay for it? We're going to make her pay for it, Duncan. We. Good to know. Yeah. We're going to make her pay for it, Duncan. We. Of course we. What did I say? No. It's us, Melinda. There's no way I could figure out what's going on without you. Besides, I want you there when the old Duncan comes out to play. Wu's eyes smolder. Here's what we do. We walk into Sang headquarters and ask for the boss. When she comes down, we grab her, take her somewhere quiet, and ask her why she had Carter and those runners killed. Find out what happened to Raymond, whether he's alive or dead. What happened next is up to her. Kidnap a member of the Hong Kong Executive Council while there's an APB out on us? I think the direct method will result in a quick death. Good thinking. Thanks. I'll consider it. Kidnap a member of the Hong Kong Executive Council while there's an APB out on us. It's bold. They'll never see it coming. This is the way to go. My way. Whoa, did you just say that? My way, Duncan? Now, where have I heard that before? Whoa, did you just say that? Yeah, what? There's only one way this will go. He catches himself, understanding appearing in his eyes. Oh crap, that's what Ray used to say. Raymond Black, our benevolent dictator. No questioning his rules, no falling short of his expectations. It was his way or the wrong way. Or you get the full-on Raymond treatment. Raymond could be pretty harsh when he didn't live up to his standards. When we didn't live up to his standards. We fell on the wrong side of his rules more than once. We fell on the wrong side of his rules more than once. Oh, hell yes. It took me a long time to straighten out and fly right. Do things Raymond's way. You remember what happened a few years after we moved out of the squat and into his house? The thing with Double Tray and Lockjaw, when he accused you and me of relapsing back into our old ways. Man, that was when Ray's authority finally got tested. His raspy baritone is tinged with satisfaction when I finally stood up to him. Yep, the way he handled that was part of the reason I eventually left. He just wouldn't listen. He could be pretty damn rigid, but then again, you both could be. He couldn't hear a word you were saying. I'd never seen him so angry. Um. Hmm. Yep. The way he handled that was part of the reason I eventually left. He just wouldn't listen. I thought that might have been part of it, but To be fair, I wasn't listening either. That was our pattern, wasn't it? I wouldn't listen, he wouldn't listen. Then we butted heads, rinse and repeat once every few weeks. He smiles, but it's filled with regret. But that time was the worst. Don't doubt it. His face settles into an expression of resignation. Okay, Miss Nix, we don't need to do things my way. No need for us to butt heads. He stretches, you can hear his joints crack. And on that note, I'm gonna have to ask you to clear out. It's been another long day. Alright. I'm getting the feeling that they're all gonna be long days. Yeah, I'm getting that feeling too. Anyway, have a good night, Melinda. I'll catch you tomorrow. Alright. Wait. Stash. What do we got? We got 2 tier 2 medkits. Weird that wasn't working. Okay, so some tier 2 medkits wouldn't go astray. Just have spares. How much money we got? 1,600 and 13 points. Love that. Okay. That one. I need 5 for this. Probably chuck 4 into willpower. Or I can save them. I think I'll save them. Alright. See your wares. Have that. Could just spend most of my money on some fucking armor. Okay. Paste 3. How's that yet? +1 to charisma and +1 spirit control. I mean, that might not be a bad one to pick up. Does it have to go in like an item slot? Oh, that's painful. Yeah, cool it cocker there. Alright, game saved. Let us head to the train station. That is not where I want to be. I want to be over here. Well, my character moves over. I'm gonna have another drink. Alrighty. Alright, head to the Ares facility to incite a conflict between Knight Errant and the Red Dragon Syndicate. Okay. Racter needs to come along. Isabel's just gonna be helpful. I foresee this being a shit fight. I chew you're coming along. You have a tier 3 healing kit now? Interesting. Anyway. Misdirection. Central Hong Kong spills out along Victoria Harbour, all glittering chrome and neon flash against the night's darkness. The skyscrapers are a jagged nest of mirrored knives thrust into the sky, rending the clouds as they ascend into the heavens. The Ares Asia holding complex squats menacingly over Chatter Road, a steel and concrete tumor intertwined with nearby buildings, in a web of sky bridges and shared parking structures. You make your way inside and ascend to the fifth floor, a public foyer that connects to the restricted area of the complex. As the elevator opens, you arrive in cold, dimly lit reception area. Beyond it, your quarry awaits. Okay, so I can't really change my loadout. I'm sure it's fine. Team items. I feel like this is going to go loud relatively quickly, and can't do that. And I'm sad about it. Alright, people that are likely to take the most damage. You. If you have to sit in the matrix, it's gonna be a pain in the ass, but whatever. You need one of these, as do you. You might want that for damage mitigation. Yep, I think that'll be fine for now. Game auto-saved. That's nice. Exiting the Ares Holdings elevator on the fifth floor of the skyscraper complex, the antiseptic odor of the mega corporation's offices assails your nostrils. The immaculately detailed interior speaks volumes of the wealth and control of North American industrial giant. Uh, 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 and I'm going to start this paragraph again because I have confused myself. The immaculately detailed interior speaks volumes of the wealth and control the North American industrial giant has come to wield over the free enterprise zone. Huh. Racter glances at his bracer, pulling up a page of notes on Ares Asia Holdings and scrolling through it. We're looking for a lab between floor 15 and 40. Everything below 15 is shopping and recreation. The residential area spans 41 to 92. The auto repair circuit should be up there as well. I know Taylor and Hardingham, they'll keep it close to their main lab so they can work on the project in their off hours. They'll need specialized testing equipment, things that can't fit in an apartment, even a big one. So everything we're looking for will be near the main lab. Yes, once we plant the altered visitor record data, we can find the lab's precise location. From there, everything we need should be nearby. Okay. Secretary. Welcome to Ares HR Holdings, division of Ares Macro Technology. How may I assist you today? With a sign of Gaichu, the receptionist recoils visibly. His face grows ashen. Dear God, is that a ghoul with you? Yes, he is my bodyguard, and I would kindly ask you not to fret about it. Oh, that's a brilliant reaction. Well done, Racter. The receptionist's eyes bulge in panic as he shrinks away from Racter. Don't fret when you waltz in here with a goddamn cannibal in tow. Calm yourself. Not only is he my bodyguard, he's part of my research into the integration of drone hardware with living tissue. But that's... Racter draws himself up straight, puffing his chest out as he raises his voice. I am Dr. Racter, formerly employed by Grisham Aviator. I was the director of drone development for over 10 years, and the ghoul and drone you see are part of my latest project. He looks unsure of himself. You can see his eyes flit to a conspicuous panic button mounted on the side of his desk, but he doesn't move. You aren't on the guest list. Racter plows on, his booming voice cutting the secretary's question in half. It's a fully autonomous quadrupedal defense and attack drone with integrated fire detection data management. Why am I so bad at talking today? Or any day in general. It's a fully autonomous quadrupedal defense and attack drone with integrated fire direction data management, adaptive auto-soft passing, and modular weapons integration. This drone redefines bleeding edge. What's more, it is an adaptive experience registry subprogram to which it learns. The secretary blinks a few times, his eyes glazed over by Racter's barrage of technobabble. Oh, see. Sorry, yes, I see. That's a lot of interesting information, but what should I put down on the arrival sheet then? Racter regards the reception's... Why is it receptions? Receptionist, coldly, and curls one corner of his mouth into a sneer. Put down that I am here to make a sales pitch. If there is any company in this world with an interest in cutting-edge combat drones, it would be Ares Macro Technology. I have a full report on field and stress test, part-time to failure, and combat efficacy, and I do not like being delayed. Fair enough. Very well, have a pleasant evening, Doctor. Please stay on this floor until your escort from the Drone Research Division arrives. Okay. Does that mean we have free reign? Oh, hi there. No opposition? Love that. Public terminal. As a person. Sun rising. This public matrix terminal for guests and visitors is its primary functions appear to be directory and news services as well as basic email. This is also a perfect terminal for you to upload the faked visitor records. Welcome to Aries Asia Holdings. Please note all activity on public terminals is logged and recorded for security purposes. Please state your query. Search for Dr. Taylor. Dr. Taylor P. Aries Asia, HK Central, HK FES, Drone Automation Division, Floor 27. Biography, Dr. Taylor was transferred to Hong Kong offices of Aries Asia Holdings from his previous post in London with Aries Europe. Dr. Taylor's research focuses primarily on drone weapons technology, although previous work was centered around cryogenics technology and the impact of the matrix on social structures and human development. Interesting. Current research, Dr. Taylor is joint chair of the Aries Asia Drone Research Laboratories with Dr. Ian Hardingham. Current projects include expansion of the Hangzhou Bay tidal power system, a proposal to expand the Hong Kong MTR maintenance program, and further research into machine learning. Okay. Search for Dr. Hardingham. Dr. Hardingham, Advanced Drone Weaponry Division, Floor 27. Dr. Hardingham is transferred to Hong Kong offices of Aries Asia Holdings from his previous post in London with Aries Europe. Dr. Hardingham holds advanced degrees in weapons design, mechanical engineering, and holds several patents in the field of artificial intelligence research. As joint chair of Aries Asia Drone Research Laboratories, Dr. Hardingham's duties are primarily related to the research and development of new artificial intelligence solutions that will keep Aries macro technology competitive in this rapidly changing world. While the specific work on the drone research laboratories is classified, previous efforts have been centered around self-repairing machinery, robot game theory, and collective machine learning. Do nothing. I don't. It's gonna be logged. That sounds like a terrible idea. Come back to that in a minute. Good evening. May I see your guest pass? The receptionist didn't give me one. I'm here to collect a bounty on this ghoul. I'm here off the books. Freelance talent. Never mind. I'm here off the books. Freelance talent. Sneezing. Ow. Yeah, I thought you had that kind of look to you. Mr. Johnson's office is on floor 40. Don't go anywhere else or we'll have to treat you as an intruder. Have a pleasant evening. Interesting. Elevator door. What's in here? Computer terminal. Office computer doesn't appear to be fully locked. It rests in an on an info page about Aries Asia Holdings. With a little finesse, a attacker could probably get into the user's secured email. Browse the information on Aries Asia Holdings. Contents of the page consist primarily of marketing jargon, smiling corporate citizens, and a lot of information about the relatively recent incorporation of Aries Asia Holdings. Unfortunately, there is very little value here unless you have an interest in stock, photographs, and corporate jingoism. Okay. Have Isabel hack the computer. Isabel rattles out a few lines of code and the machine beeps softly. You know, I'd expect Ares employees to be more careful with data security, but I guess nobody's perfect. From inside the machine's secure storage, you can access recent email and recent project updates. Read email. Most of the email is boring lunch pans, updates on hardware requests, complaints about office lighting, and things of that nature. One thread catches your eye, though. I don't know why you're having such difficulty understanding our matrix upgrades, Chung. I've given you the bypass codes for the blocker IC at least 3 times already. Maybe you should write them down or something. Anyway, here they are again. These codes should allow you to bypass the blocker IC in our secure data store, and also for security scheduling. I don't know what CPL is. I know it's a rank, but that's about it. Quark, Matrix Security Division. Don't sass me, Corporal. Okay, it's Corporal. Good to know. I wouldn't be in this situation if you hadn't been promising the Matrix upgrades would be complete next week for the past 6 months. After 4 months of waiting, I stopped thinking about it. Now, every time I make a pull request from our depot, that damn IC gets in my persona's face, demands another set of passcodes. Thank you for the bypass codes, though. I'll write them on the back of my hand or something. Dr. Chung, Aries Asia Research. Browse project updates. Most of the employees' records involve construction projects in and around Hong Kong, but one project referred to only as 2231 stands out. Interesting. Don't mind me. I'm making a note just in case. 2, 2, 1. Dr. Chung, I'm concerned about the amount of resources you've requested to pursue Project 2231, particularly because we are Aries Asia Holdings, not Aries America. 2231 is an Aries America project, not one of ours. What explanation can you offer for this request? How can it be justified? Dr. Hui? Aries Asia Finance. I understand your concerns, Director, but you should be aware that all divisions of Aries Macro Technology have been ordered to support Project 2231. Where possible, Dr. Taylor and Dr. Hardingham are particularly interested in testing their prototype in support of Project 2231. I am simply requesting enough manpower to find suitable subjects to test the prototype against. Dr. Chung, Aries Asia Research. The risk involved in local research is unacceptable at this time. This is the entire reason the bulk of 2231 related research takes place in Complex 68G. Okay. And why 68G is in the middle of the frozen tundra. I would be willing to divert additional engineers for Taylor and Hardingham's project if they would be willing to create another prototype with the intent of shipping it to Complex 68G. Wait, is there going to be another prototype that we can just take? Neat. That's cool. Don't mind me. Making additional notes. I'll talk to them about it, Director. If you think it's not possible any other way, I'll impress that upon them. Dr. Chung, Ares Asia Research. From inside the machine's secure storage, you can access recent emails. Okay, cool. Is it just the same thing if I... Yeah, cool, it's the same thing. Back. Okay. Why does this room look like it doesn't have a floor? Because it's got fucking everything white walls and whatnot. Hey! Isabel, we got a job for you. Peter appears to have an open port for a cyber deck. Have Isabel jack in. Alrighty. You got this, right? System trace 0 of 200. Okay. Okay, so this line here is safe. Cool. How do we time this? If I go around this way, I'm gonna get caught. Relatively rapidly. Fuck. Oh, I stuffed that up. Oh well. Oh, you've got 225 HP. That sucks. Cool. Get to here. Yeah, cool. Yep. Cool. Is it worth... Okay. You just go back and forth. Yes. Furthest point forward is here. Yep. Cool. You lot have a very long route, don't you? Yep. Fuck. I mistimed that by a good degree. It's definitely worth using this now. About to go up again. Cool. I can't move yet. Cool. You look at a move? Oh, there's another path up there. Okay, we'll take this one first. Oh, it's an instantly hostile area. Well, this sucks. Elevator override control. White, melee, ace, I see, ranged, I see. Okay, and then we've got thingy things as well. Cool. Getting some cover. I will admit, the various IC models, kind of neat. Okay. Uh, 70, that still gets 2. Yeah. Uh, yep, cool. Spy system trace, miss. Cool. Actually, only do +5. That's better than I expected it to be. 150. Pip. Her basic attack jumps? Okay, that's neat. Ow. Okay. So. '88. Lovely. There are 3 of them. Okay, so you go around like that. Something over there as well. Wouldn't mind taking over the elevator for the... Honestly, the heck of it. It's not safe to go until now. Okay. Alright. Start. No. Sorry, I kept missing the symbols because I was trying to line it up. Override it. Security set scheduling database. Okay. Oh, you can totally see behind there. Interesting. This is going to be significantly harder. I wish you could set it to turn-based mode a lot easier. Like, not when the game just decides you can do that. Like, because that would make Matrix areas so much more doable without having to wait for the pattern to emerge. Okay. That's what is safe. That's what is safe. Yep. It was not safe. Good to know. It looks safe. I stand corrected. Is it worth trying to just make a break for over here and attacking that guy from afar? I feel like it is. You can get 100 trace, it's not good though. Blocker IC rating 7. Hacked blocker IC causes 20 system trace on failure. I don't have the password for this. Do I? One second. Security scheduling IC code. Z H 4 N G F 3. Alright, okay. And then secure data store code G U 4 N I. That looks like a fucking O. What am I doing? Better. Okay. So I can just enter the password for this one. Bypass using password. Incorrect password causes 5 system trays. Okay. So it is Z H 4 N G F 3 up. Fuck yeah. That one. Okay. New question. Would it be easier to exit and then re-enter in the previous location so I don't have to run through this bullshit? I feel like the answer is going to be yes. Unless it's going to shit me out here, in which case that's going to suck. Alright, let's try getting out. Cool. Isabel, jack in, please. Awesome. Alright, so we need to go this way and then further that way. Downside. Do, however. Oh, there's one that way too. Yep, this one's strong as well. Cool. That. Never mind, they were far less tanky than I thought. Fuck. Yep, cool. Do that one. Oh shit. Rude. Oh, I need to get okay. 75 flanked. I mean, it could be worse. Excellent. Try password. Wait. Secure data store? Yep. My password. GU4N. Y. Cool. Lovely. Oh shit. Right, yeah, standing that close was a terrible idea. What am I fucking doing? Fucking black I see, sure. A minute. Frickin' hell. Upside? I don't have to deal with that now. I should just deal with this room. Okay. Should be safe to be here. You turn around and go that way. Okay, so there's one that goes back and forth this way, one that goes back and forth this way. These two go all the way to the end and swap. Okay. Also swap in the middle. And they go all the way to the bottom. I should have gone while they were at the bottom. I feel stupid. Although that would have been a pretty good opportunity as well. Just really aware that I need to avoid these pricks because they give you so much system trace. Okay, yep. Go, 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 go. No instant hostility, we love that. Okay, you do a whopping great circuit that way. What do you do? Do a circuit around there. I think that's your circuit. Cool. You go around there. You do that circuit. Okay, cool. So, when you come across. So here is safe. Oh, is there two of you? You swap at that junction. Okay, cool. Interesting. Gas valve. Interesting. Why do I have the distinct feeling that this side is almost impossible to get into without triggering these fuckers? Oh, that would have done it. Damn. Okay. I did it. Challenge is 9. Oh boy! Let's see how we go. 25. Oh, and it's 7 symbols. Okay. Fuck. UM. That one. Inspect. The subsystem is currently offline. It appears to be a one-way off switch for a gas system. Okay. The matrix in this place is a lot bigger than I expected it to be, honestly. There's another one up there. Okay, cool. Fuck. Damn it. Yeah, this is good. You're on a very short little loop, aren't you? You just go around there. totally something over there I need. Alrighty, let's do this. Fuck. Fuck! Nah, it's gonna fail. Oh. Oh, this is fucked. No. Okay. Ends in that. Not that one. Not that one. That one? The more symbols it has, the more difficult it is. Subsystem is currently offline. It appears to be a one-way off switch for a gas system. Alright. Oh, shit. Temporarily okay, let's go. Cool. I don't think I actually need these gas valves right this second. Which means I'm probably going to be able to get back in here at some point. That system trace though. Holy fuck. This is the worst fucking Matrix run I've done. It's just GTFO. What's through here? Boardroom? Door. The drone somewhere at least. Send one of the team's drones in. In you go. Oh. Cool. Power conduit is labeled elevator control and power. A series of tangled cables and wires weave in and out of the junction box as if it's been patched and repaired many times. It's been patched and repairs made many times. A note is taped to the side of the box. For God's sake, don't touch anything in here without contacting me first. This box is the most temperamental piece of crap I've ever worked with. If anything gets unplugged, the elevator system will go down and take security card readers with it. Why did we spend all that new one on improving security if everyone has to take the stairs? The drone could fairly easily rip out some of these cables, rendering the elevator and employee ID card readers inoperable until repaired. Cut power to the elevators? I mean, locked doors would no longer be locked. Maybe. I don't know if this is a good idea to do right this second, so let's not for the moment. Oh. I'm guessing I have to do the thing here where shit gets logged. Or can I just go up and put it on a different computer where it's not going to get logged? The dude one is gone. Interesting. Yeah, it's not going to let me go up. Cool. Another door to get down here? No. Interesting. Up. Time to go put something on a computer that is definitely gonna get tracked. Alter visitor records. You slip the data chip into a port on the public terminal and let the worm go to work. After several seconds, the chip flashes green. Now Ares Asia Holdings records show that Golden Fong has visited on several occasions in the past. Okay. Objective, get to floor 27. Plant financial data, get to floor 27, gain access to the main lab. Excellent, Red. We have arrived. Racter straightens himself up, smoothing out the front of his jacket. We should make certain to find the auto repair prototype while we're here. I'm sure it'll be around here somewhere. Good, then it won't be too much work to pick it up on our way. Thank you very much for this assistance. Game saved. That doesn't fill me with confidence. Alright, plant camera footage, plant financial data, gain access to main lab, retrieve auto repair. Cool. To here. We're trying to go this way. There isn't a people in there, that's nice. Oh. Lab computer. Ares Asia Directed Energy Weapons Laboratory Annex. Ort VM Invenium Ort Vacium? Please direct your query. Search for auto repair project. Auto repair project. Attention, all information contained herein is considered secret or con. Duplication of files forbidden. Authorized eyes only. Select file. Ares Asia Holdings Laboratory Record System. Security Safety Progress. Enter query. Desert Wars Field Testing. Congratulations everyone. Ares Europe's given us the go-ahead on entering the Griffin drone prototypes into this season of Desert Wars. Between the auto repair circuitry, the MP laser prototypes, and the self-organizing threat assessment programs, I think we've got a great chance at being one of the standout stars this season. Obviously, we have a lot of work to do between now and the kickoff event, so I'm expecting plenty of crunch time. I know each and every one of you wants this as much as I do. It's hard for me to express how proud I am of this team and all the hard work you've put in over the past year. If we can pull this off, we're positioned to be one of the biggest teams in security drone hardware in the past 10 years. If we buckle down and put in the hours required, I know we can do it. Glenn, live it. My office. Come get some, Dr. Taylor. Racter grunts softly when he speaks. He sounds almost sad. Taylor, how far you've fallen. When we worked together, he'd never have written this kind of limp corporate missive. We all cared enough about our work that we never had to motivate the team like this. He's become a management tool of Ares Macrotech. I doubt there's much left of the passionate young researcher I knew. You think he's lost his edge? Not as such. I believe he's still quite capable as a researcher, but when you spend all your time managing a budget or organizing your team, what time is left to do the actual work? The reason you got into the field in the first place? No thank you, that is a disgusting world. Ares Asia Holdings, yep, cool. Self-organization subroutine bugs. Hey Ian, I've been encountering a worrying bug in the latest multi-drone mesh network tests. After checking on it, I'm pretty sure it originates in the self-organization subroutines. When the Griffin drones go into self-diagnostic mode and start sharing their telemetry data after a field activity, they stop responding to external commands. Even kicking the debugger over to admin mode won't stop them. Interesting. It looks like they're not responding to outside commands because they're identifying activity orders as not critical in comparison to their attempts to share and learn from each other's telemetry. It's downright spooky. They tried to push me out of the room during one of the tests because one started firing the on-share cleanup base camp function and the rest picked up on it. They identified me as an object to be removed from their secure space, and the worst part is that the trigger condition was me trying to shut down the mesh network. I don't know, Ian. I don't like the idea of drones making value judgments about administrator orders. I'd like to strip out the self-organization code for future tests until I can debug it. I understand that we're trying to play catch-up with Renraku on the pseudo-intelligence front, but the fallout if this bug spreads could be pretty catastrophic, Dr. Yan. Oh boy. Wait on the next test. Just heads up for the team, hold on further self-organization tests until you get the all clear from me, Taylor, or Yan. There's a bug where the drone network refuses external orders while they're pursuing their self-generated directives, data sharing, learning, battle examination, etc. It's nothing critical, but it's going to make debugging other systems a pain in the ass until we get it sorted out. General tests are still a go, Dr. Taylor. 10 to 1, they're using my old code. It sounds like the same kind of bug I encountered during my early tests in Moscow. Racter runs a hand through his hair, squinting at the computer screen from over your shoulder. The problem is that they're trying to give orders to the drones while the drones have prioritized their own desires over those of the end user. They'll never respond so long as they're in group reflection mode. Drones don't have desires, Racter. You're saying the drones won't listen because they're busy with their own work and don't want additional work? They're still working off your code. How long ago was that? 6 years, spent most of that in Berlin, running with the hell of a street samurai. I got out before she did, before the Flux state went under. No idea if Lucky Strike got out or not, but I expect she did. I was never the best programmer of the team, but after my accident, I went back to my old self-organization code to revise it. The new perspective helped, honestly. Okay. The deeper I got into the data sharing and self-development code, the more I came to realize that it was impossible to build a truly independent drone a system as simple as waiting order priority. Checking from A to B to C is functional but inelegant. My solution was to create a system of interlocking desires and motivations that shift and change over time. The only overriding principle is that both Koshi and I must work together to solve problems. That's tremendously creepy, Racter. That's a novel approach. What would happen if you attacked Koshi? I feel like that's a novel approach is a good option here, but I'm curious. What would happen if you attacked Koshi? Racter shoots you a quizzical look, as if he didn't understand the question. I would likely miss any shot I took. I've got poor aim, and Koshi is good at taking cover. Assuming I hit it, however, it would ask me why. If I couldn't explain myself sufficiently, Koshi would protect itself. Of course, I do have a universal kill switch, so that wouldn't happen. Fair enough. Go back. Search for auto repair project. Auto repair project. Attention, all information. I've already looked at this, haven't I? Recent messages. Read Olympics cancelled. Can't stinking believe it, Jung. After spending all that time and money tracking down tickets to the 2016 Neo Tokyo Olympics, The OICs cancelled them entirely, some crap about not having enough participants. I guess a ton of countries pulled out in protest over Japan's treatment of metahumans and the way they've handled their holdings in California. I mean, yeah, I'm all for equality, but the Olympics? That's about brotherly love, the spirit of cooperation, and the unity of mankind. I can't imagine anyone using them for such transparently political purposes. It breaks my heart. Dr. Ishiguro? Can you put those reports on my desk? I was hoping to take a look at your power output test data sometime today. I'm going to be in and out of the office all day, so let yourself in and put them on my desk. The code is 98144. Nine, 8, 1, 4, 4. Lovely. I love it when they do this. So great. Go back. Way. Door code. Lovely. Shutter control. Safe status locked. There's a small keycard slot on the side of the safe. A red light glows softly next to it, indicating the safe is still locked. That's fine. We can get that open. Find key for the lab safe. I want to protect the computer over here. Fair enough. Door. Security system servers. Server cluster handles the local records and systems for floor 27. Undoubtedly, the building-wide systems back up this data, but anything occurring here will be fed to the larger Ares Asia servers. This makes a perfect place to upload the worm and faked camera footage. Upload camera footage. A few minutes later, the chip flashes a green light indicating the camera records for floor 27 will now show footage of Golden Fong meeting with Dr. Taylor and Hardingham. Where do you end up if you jack in here, Isabel? Back at the start? No. System trace is still fucking high though. Oh, it's back here. Okay. Catch a pop. Literally one gas valve that I don't have unblocked. Cool. We can go back to that in a second. Nobody there. Lovely. Dr. Hardingham's office. Dr. Taylor's office. Code is 98144. There is a barely audible click, and the door unlocks. Door. Taylor's computer. User Dr. Taylor P. Ares Asia Holdings wishes you a productive day. Email. You killjoy. Nottingham, I cannot believe you. Did you tattle on me to Knight Errant saying I'd blown off the security brief and ran to go drink alone? Psh, I'm a senior researcher, not a bloody prisoner. If I decide to go have a drink on my own, that's my business. Besides, Central and Admiralty are both crawling with police at any hour. They're AAA secure, for God's sake, Taylor. Pub time. Listen, H, I really do hear what you're saying about security, and I promise I'm not taking it lightly. I was thinking we could hit up the pawn after the meeting tomorrow. I've got 8 or so takers from the lab, and Knight Errant promised to loan us a low-profile bodyguard to make sure nothing goes awry. How's that sound to you, Taylor? Oh, door code. I changed your door code while you were out on vacation. The chips got a little fried when someone forgot to close the shutters in the laser lab when they were testing one of the new emitters. It's 23847. That's a 3, you numpty. 23847. Project 2231. H, one of the researchers downstairs hit me up in a meeting about supporting something called Project 2231. It's headquartered in Algonquin, Manitou Council, some godforsaken black site called Complex 68G. I guess it has something to do with that debacle in Chicago. Research into cleaning up the CEZ and whatnot. I thought it'd be nice if we could give them a hand. Just lend them a prototype or the specs. Just let them test the laser out there, Taylor. Okay. Project records. Red line, prototype directory active. Authorized users only. Remember, security is everyone's business and to query. Security briefing. Attention, Ares Asia Holdings employees and residents. Last week, Knight Errant officers responsible for the security of this facility received several reports of suspicious activity in the public area of the building. At 13:31 last Tuesday, security footage shows a troll approximately 20 to 28 years of age entering the public mezzanine area of the building. The subject was seen attempting to gain access to restricted areas. The subject exited the facility before Knight Errant could intercept and question him. Reports from Ares citizenry indicates the subject was asking about research labs working on directed energy weapons. Several hours later, the subject was seen re-entering the building from a side entrance wearing a custodial uniform. Knight Errant guards attempted to detain the subject, but during their arrest attempt, both guards were severely injured. Any employee or resident can contact security immediately if they see this troll. Do not attempt to detain him or interact with him in any way. The subject is considered highly dangerous. There is a note attached from Knight Errant Security. Dr. Taylor, it's come to our attention that you have not been treating this threat with the seriousness we believe it deserves. Please remember that the safety of your person and your research is not solely your concern. A strike against you is a strike against all of Ares macro technology. When engaging in off-site entertainment from now on, we would request that you travel with a group. Thank you. Emitter aperture refinement. I've had to change the emitter and focusing array in our latest MP4 redline prototype. Prior to this, we were using the same emitter array as the MP Laser 3 since it's a proven design. Unfortunately, that array is too large to continue using at this point, and there's legacy software that we need to update. The largest problem is that our outer lens is 3 millimeters too large for our new housing. In light of that, I've commissioned 20 new focusing arrays. They've been manufactured in Detroit, but should arrive next week at the latest. The fabrication technique is the same type that we acquired from Zeiss last year. Zeiss? I don't know. It should give us superior beam coherence even in high dust and fog situations. Taylor. Prior emitter research. Personal notes on MP Laser 1 research. I've been going back through the files from Ares Arms research on the original MP Laser. A lot of the work was done by one Elliot Mills Fargo. Unfortunately, Mills Fargo is dead. From what I can gather, his son killed him during a drunken argument. What's curious is that most of the research files have been heavily redacted. It's all very curious. It's almost as if Ares doesn't want anyone to know anything about the initial research. It's very curious given that we're all supposed to be working toward the same thing, aren't we? From what I can gather, Mills Fargo had a radically different design philosophy than Hardingham and I. Most of Mills Fargo's notes indicate he was primarily interested in pure vector solution fiber lasers rather than our own doped matrix technology. From what I understand, that's also the basis for Winter Systems' own attempts at a man-portable laser solution. I can't find any evidence of how they would have developed that technology without access to Mills Fargo's work, though curious. You say curious a fucking lot, Taylor. Back. Plant financial data. After a few moments, the data chip's light flashes green. Oh my god. Green, indicating the data has been uploaded. Log out. Dr. Hardingham's office. Code 23847. There is a barely audible click and the door unlocks. I fucked it up again. I'm good at this. Alright. Hardingham's computer. Project records. Redline prototype directory active. Authorized users only. Power output. Preliminary reports aren't good. We can miniaturize the aperture and emissions array from the MP Laser 3, and it's definitely possible to get down to a handheld size, but that's never been a problem. Energy density is the core concern. Our batteries just aren't up to snuff if we shrink them down to pistol size. Without the MP Laser 3's battery pack, we'll be lucky if we ever find a way to break 6 or 7 shots. It's a terrible problem and one the boys over in material science have been dragging their feet on. I've been checking into using some of the new dual phase batteries, but the cost seems prohibitive. I've made a note to Director Huey asking if we could get some help from Ares Arms Europe. The freelance research teams made a great deal of headway using staged graphene compactors. Maybe there's something we could learn from them there. Learn from them. Hardingham. Security briefing. Attention, Ares. Yep. So that's the troll thing. Night errants attempt to detain. Yep. Dr. Hardingham, it is our belief that the troll we recorded is interested in the research you and Dr. Taylor are undertaking. As such, we will be providing extra security for your off-site team building exercise. Please be extremely careful when not within the facility. Your research in person are under threat at the moment. Cool. Drone integration. Things proceed apace. Oh, sorry. These appear to be Dr. Hardingham's notes on attaching the prototype to security drones. Things proceed apace, assuming a standard medium drone like the Inquisitor or Rover 9230 models. The drones provide sufficient power to enable the prototype effectively unlimited bursts, though there's a 30-second charge time if the capacitors are drained rapidly. The small size of the emitter lens also means the prototype can be mounted modularly or internally as the platform dictates. For smaller drones, the output is more restricted but still valuable. Charge times increase to between 2 and 5 minutes, assuming standard battery power. This does unfortunately reduce the drone loiter time. Each shot reduces the loiter time by approximately 2.5 minutes, more than enough for a sustained engagement, but something, well, we'll want to keep an eye on. I believe we can increase efficiency in these cases by including a supercooling medium liquid nitrogen or the like to reduce the heat pump's draw from the power systems. Maybe something like we worked out for the Sentinel P series births, Dr. Hardingham. Okay, go back. That was email. Project records. No? Email? Ah! Killjoy! Taylor, I don't think you're taking this security breach seriously enough. A bloody troll tried to waltz into the building, not just once, but twice. He beat up some of the bully boys downstairs. He's definitely after our work, and you want to waltz off to the pub like nothing's happened? At least go in a group, man. Hardingham. Cheating bastard. Listen, I don't know how you managed to beat me in that last game, but I know you're cheating. All the data checks out, but I can't believe your aim's suddenly gotten so much better than mine. When I find out what hack you cooked up, you're going to owe me 50 Nguyen. Either that, or your characters are going to be wearing bright green lime costumes from now on. Hardingham. Leaking vent. Vent 3 block of IC code. That's the one I don't have. Lovely. Dr. Taylor, we appreciate your concern about the threat neutralization system leaking from your office air vent. Your safety and the safety of the lab are our topmost priorities. Until we can get maintenance to inspect the valve, you can access the security control for vent 3 via the matrix. The blocker IC code is... I'm gonna write that down. See, I'm guessing that's a 0. T 3X F Z. Should any further leaks occur, please contact us again. Security Director Dang. Pub time. Okay, Taylor, you've gotten 8 people and a bodyguard together for a pint or two after we have our meeting. I'm game. Sorry about being so testy earlier. I just don't relish the idea of being beaten to a bloody pulp by some trog with an interest in my research. Hardingham. So the only way that I'm going to be able to do that is if I turn off a card reader in the elevators, maybe? I'm not sure. Open door. This is gonna end well. Hey, who the hell are you? I don't recognize you, which means you sure as hell don't work on this floor. What's your business here? Sorry, I'm lost. How do I get to Matrix Security? I need to get into the lab. Sorry, I'm lost. How do I get to Matrix Security? Ah, okay. That's on floor 37. This is 27. Just head back out, and when you get to floor 37, turn left at the first hallway junction. You can't miss it. I catch you back on this floor, though. I'm raising the alarm. If I continue back that way, we're fucked. So let's not do that. Is this just set shutter controls for in here? Shutters must be closed during energy admittance testing. Failure to close shutters is grounds for immediate disciplinary action. Shutter controls are currently also closing the security room shutters. I've talked to maintenance about it, but they haven't had a chance to fix it yet. So bear in mind, when you close the shutters for laser testing, security cannot respond. As the side door auto locks, make sure nobody goes in or out of the main lab while the shutters are down. Close shutters. Laser testing progress. Closing shutters. Go! Gain access to the main lab. The stillness of the area's laboratory is suddenly rent by the unmistakable sound of an explosion. The floor trembles beneath your feet and dust falls from the ceiling tiles. As the echoes of the blast recede around you, the distinctive smell of atomized concrete and scorched carpeting wafts in through the vents. Racter busily taps out some commands on his arm bracer. Koshi whirs and flexes its legs beside him. I'm seeing a lot of radio traffic. Whatever that blast was, Ares wasn't expecting it. I think we're about to run face first into another runner, Team Red. Shit. Isabel shakes her head, balling up her fists. If it's not one thing, it's another. We never catch a damn break. It's not as bad as all that. If they're setting off bombs, the Knight Errant forces in the building will be more concerned with them than they are with us. Stay behind me and I will protect you. I don't like the idea of having a gunfight with other runners. We've still got a job to do. With an explosion like that, our window just got a lot shorter. With an explosion like that, our window just got a lot shorter. I expect the window may be closed, and we'll have to break a hole in the proverbial wall in order to get out. We should get to it. Fuck. Combatants in the next room are quite obviously Shadowrunners. Their gear is mismatched. They wear no uniforms. The mixture of technical gear and heavy armor indicates they're prepared for anything. Hi, I just need this. The other Shadowrunners huddle up. Their voices are loud enough you can hear them, even through the glass door. They don't seem to have noticed you yet. Christ on a crutch, that was nasty. The orc wiped sweat from his brow with the back of one hand. Y'all, is that the last of them? Looks like it, Bull. My C12 wrecked my C12 wrecked the stairwell, so we're safe from backup via that route. He hands a canteen to the human woman next to him. Dizzy, how you doing? Taking a long drink from the canteen, the woman breathes a deep sigh of relief before tossing it back to Jarl. Remind me again why we went to the executive level before getting to the lab. I'm all for a brawl, but pulling four knight errant adepts off of Opti isn't my idea of a party. Dizzy points an accusatory finger at the shaman. You, sir, need to practice your martial arts. Opti raises his hand placatingly. We had to go up here, Dizzy. Without the keycards to get into the lab, we're as good as dead. Bull could have hacked the door, but his deck got slagged after you threw that rigger into him and broke his concentration. Alright. Continue listening or slowly back away. Did I get... No, I didn't. Cool. Continue listening. Okay, we'll have plenty of blame to place later. Right now, we have to get the hell out of here. Nab the prototype, clear out before they get more soldiers down to this level. Bull tilts his neck to one side and then the other, each time a rippling pop runs down his spine. Got a job to do, people, so let's get cracking. The runner named Jarl seems to have noticed you. Finally, he gestures in your direction. Hey, Bull, looks like we've got some company in the lab. Turning around, the orc decker regards you quizzically. Son of a bitch, guess you guys got here first. Tell you what, we'll come in there and we can talk this over. Bull waves an RFID keycard at the door, but it only buzzes in denial. He glances at the keycard in irritation and then turns his eyes to you. Hey, would you mind letting us in? I'd rather not be trapped in here while Knight Errant backup arrives. No, I don't think so. Not until you tell me what you're doing here. Probably the same thing as you. The lab has a laser prototype. Yeah, that's what we're here for. It just looks like you got to it first. Opti glances over his shoulder nervously. Do you think we could have this conversation inside? Gaichu sniffs the air tentatively between the blast and dust. I can't smell or hear anyone else, but that doesn't mean that you don't have guards right behind you. How close on your heels were the errant troops? Given the shitstorm, we set off by going to the executive penthouses first. We probably have a few minutes. They'll be too busy trying to figure out what we're doing up here. Jarl runs a hand through his hair and shrugs. Hardingham and Taylor's apartments are pretty trash, so they'll have to figure out what we're really after before they can respond again. Why were you up in the executive penthouses? I'd gotten some intel that Hardingham and Taylor would be out tonight, but they had a secure safe down here. We figured that would be where they kept the prototype. The key would also work on the lab door. Bull looks mournfully at the keycard in his hand. If wishes were fishes, looks like we made the wrong move heading up there first. Racter gives you a significant look. He speaks quietly so you can hear. I know Taylor and Hardingham. That key is almost certainly for the private safe where they're keeping the auto repair circuitry. We need to let these runners in so I can get that key. Let's find out if they're willing to give up the key. You gesture at Bull, getting his attention. Yeah, you made a decision yet? I'm getting kind of nervous out here. I need the key card you've got. Give me the key card. Give me your key card and we'll let you in. Well, I don't know what it goes to, but it sure as hell doesn't get us inside that lab. Sure, I guess. Okay. Inspect. Jarl nods in appreciation once the other team is safely inside the lab. Thanks a lot. We would have been cut apart out there. Never let yourself get backed into a corner, you know? Sounds like something went wrong. Bull's deck got slagged from some sparky IC. We got surprised by a rigger coming out of a hallway. I did a hip throw on him, but his body hit the jack point Bull was using. Some kind of surge hit, the system went to red alert. Before we knew it, Knight Errant was crawling all over us. Rookie mistake, honestly. If I'd set up a redundant signal filter, I'd have had an extra split second when the jack got fritzed. As it was, I tripped some tar baby IC, and before I could get free, the system was lit up like a Christmas tree. Here, catch. This keycard's worthless to me. Bull tosses you the keycard he was attempting to use on the lab door. Thanks. Jarl spends a few moments scrutinizing you, then his face suddenly lights up. Wait a minute, I recognize you. You're Red, right? Your name's all over the shadows of Hong Kong. From what I hear, you've been doing a lot of work for Kindly Cheng. Well, damn. Blinking a few times, Dizzy looks you over. There's a touch of awe in her voice when she speaks. I didn't expect to run into such heavy hitters on our first run out here. You have me at a disadvantage. Who are you? How'd you get tangled up in this? Yeah, you have me at a disadvantage. Who are you? I'm Dizzy. The guy with the rifle is Jarl. Dizzy stage whispers at you, cupping her hand next to her mouth. We try not to use the definite article. It sounds silly. Okay. Jarl or the Jarl, whichever is nonplussed by Dizzy's antics. It's a title, Dizzy. It deserves a the before it. Dizzy gestures at the shaman and the orc. Those two are Opti and Bull, magic and tech support. So, you ever heard of us? Can't say I have. A little, yeah, you operate mostly in the UCAS, right? Yeah, I'm from over there. Don't really stay in one place much. The other three are all from the Great Lakes area. Ruefully, Jarl glances at the rest of his team. This was supposed to be an easy trip overseas for us. Do this job, maybe 2 or 3 more, and fly home. I feel like you're gonna be shit out of luck, buddy. Jarl puts one finger to his ear. He cocks his head, listening intently. After a moment, he lets out a string of half-uttered curses. We're running out of time. We've got to move, and soon. Not so fast. What about the prototype? Bull shakes his head and snorts crudely. We can argue about this here, or we can try and get out of here before we get killed. If it makes you feel better, you hang on to it until we get out of harm's way. Gaichu nods his appreciation. That is an acceptable outcome for the moment anyway. Listen, what's your way out? We were going to rappel over the Federated Boeing building next door, but with all the racket, well, I think we'd probably get shot off the line. We're going out underground, down an elevator shaft, and over to an MTR station. This does immediately trigger an alarm. This is bad. Come with us. We're taking an elevator shaft to a collapsed MTR station. I didn't even know that was there. Should have done better legwork before we got here. Bull reloads his pistol, snapping it back into the holster with a loud click. We'll follow. More guns couldn't hurt, right? You lead the way. We'll be right behind you. You are totally going to shoot us. Suddenly there's a blare of alarms. Red lights click on overhead as an accompaniment to the noise. You also hear a sudden hissing sound, rather like a tire deflating, and with that sound comes an acrid odor hanging heavy in the air. Oh, fuck! Opti, they're gassing us. Look over there. It's coming out of that vent. If my deck wasn't fried, I'd be able to jack in and stop it. I hope you brought a deck or some drones. If you haven't, we've got to get out of here fast. Fuck. Pick up. Go up. Fucking go. Well, this is shit. Anyway. Go. Racter. Actually. Racter, you go there. Control mode. Go. Isabel. Go. Go to. Again, just fucking move. Yeah, I get it. It's fine. Alright. Haste. Isabel. Wait. Can you close the thing? God fucking damn it. Racter. You got no fucking chance. Just keep moving. Isabel, I need you to go. Cool. Move. What are you doing? Okay. So worried. Yep, that's dudes. Cool. Isabel, don't die. I need to get in here and I need to go get Isabel there. Inaccuracy. Alright. First things first. Turn off. Oh. Get out. Racter. You're holding here for a moment. Alright, buddy. You have good news and I have bad news. One, I don't know how to get to this vent. If there is a way to get to that vent. So, I need you to get over here. Cool. Me. I'm here. Fine. Move here. Isabel. So fun thing. Mind grenading this mage for me? Still worth it. Into cover, please. Got you. Knight errant rigger. Captain. Fuck. I accidentally clicked. Damage +7. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, the robot haste is on cooldown, so Racter is just gonna move. 14. That's just fucking rude. Also rude. Cool. Taken 2 damage and are on its fire. Racter. That's fine. Cool. Me. Their bodies, they're gonna help us for now. That's all I have. Move into more of this shit show. Alright, okay, let's see. Active defense, got you, use samurai training, temporary bolsters defense against 2 armor and dodge for 2 rounds. Fucking get him. For the love of fuck. Thank you. Alright. Now we don't have to worry about Isabel grenading these fuckers without getting fucked for it. Oh! Get him. Better than I expected it to go. Alrighty, I need you to move up 1. I don't know where the vent is. Oh, is it in here? My bad. Okay. Who can we hit? We can hit the Enforcer or the Rigger. Good luck, buddy. That worked better than expected. My god, please, for the love of fuck, stop being grouped up. You all deserve to die. This is ridiculous. Racter, that's still on cooldown. Where's she? Go. Racter, would you mind just moving up there? We're not putting you in any further danger than you need to be. Oh, you all grouped up so nicely! How good! Alright, cool. Still gonna go for this guy first, because he's got the better hit chance. Yes. Cool. You know what? Alright, what are we on at the moment? Cool. That one. Cool. Isabel, would you mind getting over here, please? Oh, God. At this rate, I'm just gonna let them die. You go, Koshi. Where is she? Valve. 3, we love that. Cool. Get me up here. Racked up. Stay there. The Chuckle Fox won't move. Isabel. Could you get in here, please? Cool. Look at that. Try to... I had to use it at least once. Pick my clean with tougher boss. Interesting. Yeah, there's more of them. Fuck. I have made a mistake. The bell. In there. I'm about to be screwed. Okay. Gotcha. Mage. Also. Just fucking move. Prevent, please. Should've moved him up and then just taken drugs. So fucking stupid. Ow! Rude. Yeah, there's one mage. Oh, it's an adept. Love it. Alright, Isabel. Shit's gonna get fucked real quick. Okay, how does this go again? Fuck. There? Oh, it can't be there. Okay, cool. I'm pretty sure it's this one that I need. Password C 0 RT 3 X F R Z. Lovely. Guess what? Ooh, turn that off. Lovely. Get out of there. I don't know why I walked around the corner like a fucking idiot, if I'm being completely honest. Go! Around the corner, please. Thank you. Racter! Move up. Isabel! Can you jump over here, please? Excellent. So we can get you to go for the safe and then join this lock. Smart. Oh, it's not. I'm being stupid. Alright, right. We don't need to worry too much about this stuff now. Ta-da. I mean, it's worth trying. It fucking worked! Yes! Alrighty. Get it. Are you fucking kidding me? I fucking hope you die. Racter! Oh, hey. Off we go, Journey Boy. Dispel. One. Swipe the keycard across the slot. The safe lets out a beep and the light flashes green. As the door swings open, the contents are revealed. A stack of chips and a plexiglass cube containing a tangle of drone parts. With a deft grab, you scoop up the goods. Shut off gas. Escape. Okay. Alright. So we kill this lot. And we fucking leg it. Got it. Bite you. There's a critical chance, a critical multiplier raised. Worth it. Kill him. Damn it! Are you serious? Thank you. Hershey. Up one. One. Two. Three. Oh my god. Rude. At this point, I don't give a fuck. Just die. Racter! Onwards, buddy. Isabel. Use mark target ability on 10 enemies. It's really not that hard, honestly. Alright, kindly fuck this guy up, please. My god! What the fuck? Hershey. Get him. Yeah, that's what I thought. Are you serious? Ow. Right, let's just, get rid of that 27 hit, shall we? There you go, buddy. Here, have a box of shame. There you go. Racter. Pop over there, please. Isabel. No. Probably move up to here. Make his job easier, please. He's missed. Damn. Oh well. Damn it. Like, you're stupid, aren't you? That seems to be the last of the security forces. I can't hear anyone else on this floor. Gaichu raises his nose and turns his head back and forth like a snake tasting the air. We should hurry. It won't be long before backup arrives. Isabel casually clears the chamber of her rifle and inserts a new magazine. What's the matter? You chip a tooth on one of them back there. For a monster, you seem awfully squeamish about this kind of thing. Gaichu regards Isabel coolly. It is not squeamishness, it is caution. This is an Ares facility, and Knight Errant is one of the most competent security forces in the world. Only a fool would wish to face them on their own terms. Even monsters like staying alive. Why is the option for turn-based mode turned back on? I open the doors. Let's go. The elevator doors refuse to open. Some kind of manual lock is engaged. A blinking alert message reads, "Elevator in transit. Door will unlock once elevator passes floor 27. Looks like you won't be able to pry them open for a minute or two. Better hunker down." Right, let's move into some fucking cover. Racter. That is not cover. Interesting. Pop over here, please. Isabel, I need you to get some cover, please. Gaichu. Over here. Please medkit yourself. You. Fuck are you doing? I am so getting grenaded. fuck did you come from? I've made a mistake. Love that. Oh, really? Don't mind me, I'm actually just gonna get in proper cover now. Racter. Enforcer, Mage, God. It don't matters all that much. Roll. Cool. Isabel, could you actually get behind cover? Actually, no. Isabel, get over there. I would love to use Isabel to deal with these guys, but if she's not close to the door, she ain't getting out. Got you. Buddy. You do not have line of sight. If you could just... go here for me. It's fine, I promise. Alright, should we get you to here? Shotgun mount. Okay, that works surprisingly okay. Get him. Oh shit, I've left Koshi out by himself. I have made a mistake. I was hoping to one round. It's fine. Racter getting out gets Koshi out, it's fine. You fucking prick. Cool. I'm out. Look, I'm not sticking around for this. Sorry. Isabel. Please also escape. Go give a good sized stab for me. Almost did it. Alright, Racter's gonna get out next round. It's probably worth killing the mage if I can. I'm attempting to escape yet. Excellent. You fucking would, you prick. fine. Racter, out you go. Get you. So fucking annoying. Get over there. Please. Thank you. Escape. Thank you. The pungent smell of musty stone, grease, and the remnants of neurostun gas mix in your nostrils as you rappel down the elevator shaft. Whatever frustrated errant night security officers are in pursuit are too far away to be heard. All around you there is only darkness and the occasional red-hued maintenance light. As you reach the bottom and pry open the heavy elevator doors, light comes flooding into the shaft. With any luck, you're only minutes away from the MTR station, and with it, freedom. Lovely. Apparently auto-saved. We love that. Oh, they escaped with us. That's unfortunate. You exit the service elevator and step out into the dimly lit basement. You hear no sounds of alarms nor shouting, but it's only a matter of time before Knight Errant catches up with you. The basement smells of mold and stale air. Faint vibrations run through the floor and walls every few moments. Evidence of MTR trains passing nearby. That was close to the Night of Light. Woo. I don't know. Dizzy hunches over, hands on her knees as she pants excitedly. She straightens as she calms down. Chalk that up on things I don't want to do again. Get gassed while trying to escape from Knight Errant. Buck up, Dizzy. At least your fists and feet could hurt those bastards. I swear to God, I'm never running against Ares again unless I've got an assault cannon with me. The old 6-gun won't cut it against Knight Errant. Just spring for some APDS rounds, man. You don't need to overcompensate that much. So what now? We just marched through the basement into the central MTR station. Let's take it slow. We don't know what's lurking down here. One step at a time. Knight Errant will definitely follow us down here. We should move fast. We don't have much time before they figure out where we are. Let's take it slow. We don't know what's lurking down here. Before we head off into the unknown, what are we doing about the prototype? You need it for your job. I need it for mine. You aren't the only one who needs it. We have a job to finish, just like you do. It's unfortunate we can't both get what we want, but that's how life is some days. You suck it up and move on. Come on, you're well established. You've got a network of contacts. The runner community knows how reliable you are. I'm a little fish in a big pond here. I blow this job. I may not be able to work in Hong Kong again. Hell, you don't even need the prototype, just the damn GPS unit on it. Listen, it's not personal, it's just a job. If we don't get paid, we be just as screwed as you. I know my team, and I don't know you. I don't like it either. Maybe we can work something out. I'd rather not have to fight this crew. Mostly because they're just painful. But at the same time, I don't want to fight this crew. I don't like it either. Maybe we can work something out. Thanks, I mean it. I don't like the idea of cheating on a job, but we're on the same team here. We both have to live and work in the same environment. How about this? We take the laser, you keep the GPS, nobody's the wiser. And I'll owe you one. You call it in, I'll help you out, or get friends who can if I'm tied up. I mean, we do only need the GPS. Because, like, the brief did say, do whatever you want with the prototype. Keep it, sell it, whatever. We get a favor out of it as well. That might be helpful. Okay, we've got a deal. Take it. Y'all takes the prototype from you, detaching the GPS tracker and handing it back to you. Excellent. I'll make sure nobody hears about this deal, at least not on my end. So what now? Do you want us to leave, or can we stick with you until we get to the MTR station? No sense in dividing our forces. Come with us. Sounds good to me. Lead the way. Am I still on low as shit health? No! Got a full heal. Really? That got us a full fucking heal. Excellent! Yeah, this is fine. Why does this look vaguely familiar to a different level? Why am I waiting for scorpions and drakes to pop out? Nothing? Cool. Nothing of interest. Door. Inspect. The piercing howl cuts through the silence of the empty station. It's distant, but probably won't be for long. Better move, and move quickly. Kaiju sniffs the air, expression intent. Guard dogs, they're heading our way, undoubtedly tracking us by scent. We need to keep moving, or they will be on us very quickly. Named area, no entry. Which way do we need to go? Inspect. Take. Ooh. Generator controls. This control panel seems to connect to the backup generators, powering the disused section of the old central MTR station. The readouts indicate that backup batteries have sufficient power to keep the lights on, but the remainder of the power is devoted to operating secondary doors. If you could turn this off, you could prevent night-errant forces from getting in except from the way you came. Have Racter power down the secondary systems. With a whine, the generators spin down and the lights go dim. Cool. Cool. Ooh. Oh, good. We don't need to go that way. Racter, there please. Isabel, up there please. Raichu. Also up here please. Nothing. Fuck. Okay. Into cover we go. Racter. Cover. Yeah, that's the way that we need to go as well. Okay, so we kill these guys, and we're pretty good. Here. I just don't know what their visual range is. Raichu triggers it. This is fine. That doesn't look like it's currently active. Well, fuck, go. Worth it. Alright, got you. Yeah. Get him, would you? Alrighty. Got two. You. Yeah. Rude. You chose very poorly, sir. Fix you right up, buddy. And also fuck this guy. Alright, Racter. Let's not get into the grenade clump, please. Isabel. You have a pistol. Bye. If you lot move up, I'm going to be pissed. Alright. Get him. Got you. That was not the goal of get him. Just get him. Okay. Cool. Hershey. Line of sight. Yes. Wonderful. Please hit. Damn it. That's incredibly rude, sir. Alrighty. Oh, hey. A thing. Yeah, that figures. Pip. Cool. Get him. Just... Goodbye. Yeah, I have no idea why these two are standing back here. Door. Position. The frick. Fucking hell. As you move through the MTR station, several figures move to interrupt your advance. The leader is obvious, a hulking brute of a troll. He cradles a heavy assault rifle in the crook of his cyberarm and reeks of stale cigarettes and casual brutality. The name Steeltooth is stenciled across the flak vest beneath his jacket. His eyes narrow as you approach. That's far enough, you punk. Steeltooth gestures towards you with the barrel of his gun, taking a drag from his cigarette. My crew's had a long night, nerves a little raw, you know, and crunching somebody's face always brightens my mood. They've got their mage on the thing. Or is that their shaman? Either way, shit's fucked. Let me speak in small words, so you don't misunderstand. He takes a long drag on his cigarette, exhaling the smoke through his nose. Give us the prototype laser, or we're gonna kill you so hard your ancestors feel it. Is that the best insult you could come up with, really? Try it, watch how fast I air you out. Whoa there. Can we talk about this first? Troll rolls his eyes, snorting in derision. His tone is sour and sarcastic. We should talk about this. We can be friends. Listen to yourself. It's embarrassing, you whining little baby. Glancing in your direction, Gaichu shifts a hand to the hilt of his sword. I believe we are more than capable of killing this troll and his allies. Should the situation escalate, I would not be particularly concerned about their chances of survival. Good to know, Gaichu. You really think so, zombie? Maybe you're right, maybe not. Either way, you just signed up to be the first target. The troll takes one last drag of the cigarette before spitting the butt out onto the tiled floor. Right, cigarette's done, which means your time's up. Hand over the prototype now. You must be that genius Ares caught breaking in. Twice. In one night. I'm not giving you a damn thing. We had to ditch it back in those caves. KE is right behind us. Yeah, I'm gonna insult him. You must be that genius Ares caught breaking in. Twice in one night. What are you talking about? Don't be stupid. The The troll's shifting stance and wary eyes indicate the depth of his ability to lie, about the same as a puddle. You came in the front door first, and then you came back dressed as a janitor. Hey, shut up, okay? Just shut up. I was doing legwork, and the suits weren't telling me nothing, so I had to get in and root around a bit, you know? Steeltooth is becoming increasingly agitated. You wanna keep your arms? Don't tell anybody about that. Lie. We had to ditch it back in those caves. KE's right behind us. Bullshit. Nobody dumps a payday like that, not unless they got no other choice. He fingers his rifle trigger nervously. The laser had a tracking device on it. We had to ditch it. They had guard dogs following us by scent, and the laser has a tracking device on it. Hell. Still though, I ain't buying it. Tell you what, we strip search you. If you don't have it, you can be on you can be on your way. How about that? The longer you hold us up, the closer they are to killing you too. You got a point there, shit. Steeltooth looks around nervously, hefting his gun. You sure it had a tracker? You ain't lying to me. Why would I lie to you? We're both Shadowrunners. Tick tick, man. We all got to get out of here before the cavalry shows up. Yeah, tick tick, man. We got to get out of here before the cavalry shows up. Yeah, you're right. A look of comprehension breaks over the troll's face like a dim candle slowly flickering to life. Come on, guys. Let's get the hell out of here. The MTR train awaits, with it the promise of safety and freedom from any more unforeseen complications. The Owl nods in appreciation, extending a hand to you. Thanks for all the help tonight. I don't know if I'd have been able to get out of there without you. The world's better off with people like you in it. What will you do now? He shrugs and grins, the usual. Make a handoff, get paid, probably take a few more jobs out here. Got a lot of debts to pay off, you know. Nothing's free in this life. You keep safe out there, okay? We all gotta stick together. If we don't, we end up with bullets in our back. Take care, y'all. Yeah. I had a feeling that fight was gonna go to shit. Get on the train and get the fuck out. You're about to leave this location and return to Haoi. Continue, confirm. The MTR train pulls away from the station. You become lost in the crowd, just another face traveling from Central to Kowloon. Every second puts blessed distance between you and the Hornet's Nest of night errant soldiers you've left in your wake. With the data planted and GPS module in your possession, it seems certain that Ares Asia will place the blame for your run at the doorstep of the Red Dragon Association. The loss of the prototype laser is unfortunate, but allies are often more valuable than gear, especially in the shadows. With any luck, they'll be able to pay you back soon enough. I hope so. Also, connections are just nice. Continue. Game autosave. I'm gonna hit save, and then I'm gonna probably stop for the night, because I've been going for 6 fucking hours. I need to stop doing this. Ugh. Karma gained 8. Fuck yeah. Okay, so we got 2 left. Claim payment for your run. I think it's just computer. Alrighty. Save and quit. Alrighty. Thank you everyone for coming along. I hope you did enjoy. I will be stopping there for the evening. So, yeah. If you did enjoy, maybe hit the follow button. Or check out the Discord, where I post usually about half an hour before I'm going live. There's also an X/Twitter. All that good shit. But as always, I can't tell you what to do. I'm not your dad. If you're watching this on YouTube, maybe hit the subscribe button though. No? Fair enough. Same rules apply as previously. Until then, I will see you lot on Friday. Probably with Stardew. simply because I haven't played it in a while and I have had a couple of people that have been wanting me to play it. So, hopefully, it is fixed. I don't have to worry about it anymore, and I can probably use some cheats and whatnot to put it to where it was the last time I played if I have to fix things. Otherwise, have a lovely evening. I will catch you next time. Bye bye.